Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Anyone looking for Ken Thurston in New York takes on quite a job. There's one spot, though, where he's pretty certain to turn up sooner or later, and that's Barry McCarthy's original turkey stag.
Well, is it hot enough that I'm making it for you, Mr. Thurston?
Hot enough. Barry, I'll never eat another steamed clam as long as I live.
Good. Thank you, sir.
For what? Are you a friend of the clams?
Hello? Mr. McCarthy?
Why, Mr. Selschmidt.
Oh, no.
Good morning. I'm in a very big hurry. I've got to find Mr. Thurston. You've seen him, maybe?
Well, it's a matter
Come on in, Pagon. I'm Cordell.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. You don't have any clothes on.
I always take 'em off in steam rooms. It's an old habit of mine.
Oh. Mr. Thurston, I'm going to make you a millionaire.
Fine. How much is it going to cost me?
Not over 30,000. Huh? Not anything in the long run.
Pagon, I haven't got 30,000. I don't feel like a long run. Now, hand me that towel, will you?
But, Mr. Thurston, it's like shooting fish in a bathtub. You could at least listen to me tell it to you.
Sure, why not?
Well, this morning I get a letter from my cousin Zilda in Rio de Janeiro. That's in South America.
So I've heard. Yeah.
Some artist named Oscar Doe told her confidential, of course, that a painting called The Cynics can be bought for about $30,000.
The Cynics?
Yeah. But some guy named Rembrandt, I think.
Oh, no, wait. The Syndics.
Syndics.
Sure, one of Rembrandt's 3 greatest works.
So Zilda says that some private collector would pay maybe $500,000 for this painting, you see?
Sounds pretty obvious, Pagon. Barry, where's that phone you have in here?
Right there, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks. Hello? Could you tell me the present location of Rembrandt's painting? The Syndics of the Clothmakers Guild? Thanks very much. Well, Pagon, your art career is over.
Good. Now,
The painting you were going to buy for $30,000 was purchased in Amsterdam in 1923 by Van Allen Haven. He brought it to New York, and right now it's hanging in the Haven Galleries on 44th Street.
But...
You better wire Cousin Zilda, Pagon. Tell her to stop taking wooden nickels.
That was my attitude, Mr. Thurston, when you first suggested such a possibility. There's no question about it now. The tests are complete. The 4 Rembrandts hanging in the Haven Galleries are very clever fakes.
Well, Ken, that hunch of yours seems to have paid off in a pretty fair-sized jackpot.
There's a jackpot, all right, Chief, but I'm not sure who's collecting it. What would you say the paintings are worth, Mr. Freeman?
Well, to certain wealthy and unscrupulous collectors, heaven knows there are plenty of them, not less than $3 million.
Phew.
Yes, you've got to recover them, Mr. Thurston.
Particularly in view of its tie-up with the Haven scholarships, Ken.
Yes, you see, Mr. Haven provided in his will that the paintings in the Haven Gallery be posted as a lien to finance the Haven Exchange scholarships.
Oh?
Yes, these scholarships permit 20 graduate students from U.S. colleges to study in South America each year, and the same number to come from South American colleges to this country.
And the minute the bank discovers these pictures are fakes, bang, there goes the scholarship fund.
Hmm. Mr. Freeman, being curator of the gallery, you've had plenty of chances to look at these paintings. Why is it you've never noticed they were copies before?
Because they're the most perfect reproductions I've ever seen. Not an expert in the world would doubt them without making tests.
Have you any idea when they may have been substituted for the originals?
Certainly not during the year I've been curator.
Uh-huh. Who was in charge before you?
John Tormey.
Tormey.
Yes, he operated the gallery for 10 years following Mr. Haven's death.
Oh? Where's he now?
He retired a year ago and went to live on a small island in the Bay of Rio.
Well, Ken?
Well, Chief.
Your attention, please. Flight 2, Rio de Janeiro to Buenos Aires, now loading at Gate C. Flight 2 loading at Gate C.
Rio de Janeiro. Ah, Mr. Thurston, the world's most beautiful city.
Oh, the soul of a poet. Hagen, I thought you were posing as a painter.
What's the difference? I can be simultaneous. Mr. Thurston, did you know that Rembrandt was born in a windmill?
No.
Even at a very early age, he showed unmistakable signs of a genius and proved himself to be a master of chiaroscuro.
Think of it. At an early age, too.
It has often been said that
Yeah, I know, and I know where it's been said. That handbook of classic art sticking out of your pocket.
Oh, well, after all, if I've got to engage in negotiations with artists...
Hagen, you'll engage in nothing. I brought you along for one reason. To look up your cousin Zilda and to find Oscar Dole.
Mr. X, practically done. How about some expense money?
At an early age, Mr. Zellschmidt showed unmistakable signs of an itching palm. See you later, Pagan.
Oh, but Mr. Thurston...
Hello there. Is this John Tormey's island?
Right. Here, throw me your line.
Down here.
Got it? Clamp the rudder now. Easy there. Ah, that's it.
Thanks. From the size of those waves, I thought I'd run out to open sea.
Yes, the bay is a bit rough this afternoon. I'm Ann Stovall.
My name's Ken Thurston, Miss Stovall. Well,
I practically live in a swimsuit.
that's a great way to live.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Shall we go on up to the house?
Sure, let's go. Are you a relative of Mr. Tormey's?
Oh, no. I used to be his assistant when he managed the Haven Galleries in New York. So when he and Mrs. Tormey moved down here, I came along as a kind of friend of the family.
Any vacancies in the family?
Well, there might be.
Good. I'm filing an application.
Mr. Thurston, this approach of yours is intriguing, to say the least. But, well, don't you think it's a little flippant in view of what you've come for?
Wait, you know about that?
Well, of course. It's no secret, is it?
Apparently not.
I was surprised that you got here so quickly.
I'd hardly call it quickly. Well, let's move on.
If you don't mind my leaving you here, I think I'll run on up to the house and change.
Now, don't change into something more presentable. You couldn't.
Mr. Thurston, please. You can take this path here and go directly to the cottage. Then come on up to the house afterwards.
Fine, only why should I want to go to the cottage?
Well, you would like to see the corpse, wouldn't you?
Wait a minute. Let's sit down and talk things over. Exactly who do you think I am?
Why, the coroner, of course. Aren't you?
Miss Stovall, I'm a little confused in several ways, but of one thing I'm certain. I'm not the coroner.
Oh, but I thought... Well, you see, we sent for him, so... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Thurston.
Why do you need a coroner?
A guest who's been living in the beach cottage for several months died suddenly this morning. Heart failure, we think.
Oh, too bad. Close friend of the family?
Not exactly. He was a rather obscure artist named Oscar Dole.
had very few guests here, Mr. Thurston. I'm so glad you came.
That's very kind of you, Mrs. Tormey.
Mr. Thurston, Carmen, and I were both quite pleased when Bob Freeman wired us you were coming.
Well, thanks to both of you.
You picked an excellent place for your vacation. When visitors come from other parts of the world, then I am the most proud of my city.
You were born here, Mrs. Tormey?
On this very island. And I had never been away until John kidnapped me.
I always had the impression we eloped.
All right, perhaps I was willing. Anyway, enjoy yourself, Mr. Thurston. Stay a long time.
I'd like to, but in view of the tragedy this morning, maybe...
I won't hear of it, Mr. Thurston. It isn't as though the man were a close friend. Down on his luck, needed a place to stay, that's all.
Not too bad. Heart failure, wasn't it?
It looks that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, John. He found a dispatcho at his door last night.
Carmen.
What's a dispatcho?
A sign of death.
It's a piece of native tomfoolery, Mr. Thurston. There's an underground cult in Brazil called the Macumba, similar to the voodoo in Haiti. The dispatcho is their death threat or warning, supposed to be black magic.
I don't know, John. I've seen strange things happen. I think life is made up of light things and dark things. And the Macumba is one of the dark things.
Pardon, please. Senor Torme.
Yes, Raul, what is it?
The man, he asked for Senor Dole.
Visitor for Dole? Well, show him in.
Muy bien.
Carmen doesn't really believe in the Macumba, Mr. Thurston. It's her sense of the dramatic.
Oh?
Senor Pietro von Zellschmidt.
What the... Oh, pagan.
How do you do? Huh? Mr. Thurston.
Why, are you two acquainted?
Oh, yes, we met around various art exhibits. Herr von Zellschmidt is quite an authority, you know.
I am? Oh, that is, of course. Especially on this fellow, Rembrandt.
Rembrandt?
Mm-hmm. For instance, did you know that in the year of 16...
Senor. Pardon, dinner is served.
You'll join us, of course, Mr. von Zellschmidt?
As I was saying about Rembrandt... dinner?
Oh, delight.
Delight.
I was completely wrong, Miss Stovall, and I may as well admit it.
Wrong?
Because there
Why?
are things more flattering to you than a swimsuit. That dress, one of them.
Just for that, I'm going to start calling you Ken from now on.
From now on, Anne?
Well, for as long as you're here. But of course I don't believe you. You're only being the well-fed male, sitting on the terrace after dinner and completely satisfied with the world.
Well, I'm that all right. Look at those lights across the bay.
Ah, 1,000,000 fireflies. Rembrandt should have seen it. No one else could ever handle those lights and shadows.
You're an artist?
I paint, watercolors mostly. I haven't the patience for oils. You're on an island of artists, you know.
You mean the Tormes?
Mm-hmm. And they're both very good at it, too.
She's quite a lovely woman, don't you think?
Very. And has a jealous husband, if that means anything.
Well, it's interesting, but not significant. I'm looking in another direction.
I could bid there, but I'll pass.
Anne, how well did you know Oscar Dole?
Oh, I scarcely knew him at all. I didn't like him, Ken, but I am sorry he died.
Pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Yes, but I guess that isn't so strange. There was a guard at the gallery in New York who died the same way about 3 years ago.
Oh?
They finally decided it was his heart.
Wait a minute, quiet.
What is it?
Someone there in the shrubbery.
Oh, here comes Mr. Tormes.
What's wrong, Mr. Thurston? What are you watching?
Someone's hiding there in the bushes.
I'll make short work of that. Stand back.
Oh!
Don't shoot! All right, come on out of that. Snap it up. Don't shoot. I'm coming. I stumbled off the path. Was only trying to find the door. Good Lord, Bob Freeman. Hello. John, Mr. Thurston.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Freeman. For the curator of an art gallery, you certainly get around.
Of course, what a surprise to have him arrive.
Yes, and just at this time, but he seems to be... Mr. Thurston, you are still up?
We thought you'd turned in for the night, Mr. Thurston.
As a matter of fact, I did start to.
There is something wrong? I told the servants to be sure you had everything you needed.
Oh, thanks. The room is very well supplied. In fact, almost too well.
What do you mean?
I found this package by my door.
Oh,
Despacho.
I guess right then. But it seems that I'm being warned.
A native superstition, that's all. Somebody's crude idea of a practical joke.
you don't know, John. You were not born here. I've seen these things before. I tell you, Mr. Thurston, if I ever found a despacho at my door, I should be utterly terrified. Yes. Even if I were the man called X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. 4 valuable Rembrandts have disappeared, and clever copies have been substituted. Ken Thurston, searching for them on a small island in the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, has been sent a death warning, the same kind of warning Oscar Dole received the night before he died. And now it's the next morning.
But, Mr. Thurston, I didn't expect to see you here. I was positively caught with my mouth open. Flabbergasted.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter, Pagon. It's all out in the open now. Freeman shut off his mouth last night and spilled the whole deal. Even letting him know that I'm called X.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, what did your cousin Zilda know about Oscar Dole?
Only that he lived on the island, always had a little money, and his paintings were strictly splatters. I saw one of them. Mr. Thurston has no soul, bad perspective, poor lighting, lousy composition.
Never mind the handbook.
Oh.
So Dole always had money. Zilda ever cash any checks for him?
Who knows? I didn't know.
Pagon, can you operate a speedboat?
Mr. X, I was practically brought up on the Weehawken ferry. My Uncle Ahmed took tickets.
Good. Then get over to the mainland, find out if Zilda cashed any checks for Oscar Dole, and if so, whose. Then I want you to stop at the drugstore and pick up some chemicals. I'll give you the list.
Mr. Thurston, I'm as good as gone. Only maybe I should have some money to pay for them,
Pagon, the bullion ship Corvallis sank off Sugar Loaf Rock in 1783, loaded with gold doubloons.
Huh?
Take a look for it as you go by. You may as well come on in, Mrs. Tommy.
Why are you searching through Mr. Dole's belongings?
After Mr. Freeman's remarks last night, you surely know why I'm here.
But you expect to find the paintings here in the cottage?
As a matter of fact, I don't know. But I was hoping to find out something about the man who lived here. Too bad someone's gone over the place ahead of me.
Oh, but you must be mistaken. It has not been touched. That's why I came. I'm going to have the servants clean up the cottage tomorrow.
Kind of funny that an artist wouldn't have a single painting around his lodgings, isn't it?
Possibly he disposed of them, Mr. Thurston.
How well did you know Oscar Dole?
Scarcely at all. He merely claimed acquaintance with my husband on some basis or other.
I see. Beautiful view from here.
Oh, the loveliest in all Brazil. Can't you see the composition there across the bay? Beauty and the beast.
What do you mean?
There, at the edge of the water, is the city. Beautiful, gay, carefree Rio, a dazzling spot of light. And back of her, the dark, shadowed hill of the Corcovado, crouched, waiting to spring.
Have you ever painted it that way?
Oh, I've never tried. I know my limitations, Mr. Thurston. John has sketched it over and over, but he has never been satisfied.
And Miss Stovall?
Anne has found a great many things in her watercolors. Green surf and white foam on the Copacabana, parakeets, hibiscus bloom. Oh, but those things are quite different, of course.
Well, this cottage seems to be getting popular all of a sudden. Someone coming up the path.
It's John. I wonder why he's coming here.
Mrs. Tormey, maybe it's because he's a very jealous man.
John? Why, yes, I suppose he is. I'd never really thought about it.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Here I am.
Well, I begun to think you might be lying out there 10 fathoms down.
You were worried, Mr. X?
Pagan, I had to pay a deposit on that boat.
Oh,
How'd you make out?
nothing to it. Just give me a tall rudder, a stout mast, and I can sail rings around the kangaroo.
Neat trick if you can do it. What did you find out from Zilda?
Oh, she was happy to cash Mr. Dole's checks. All of us Zellschmidts are very generous with money.
Yes, that's been noticed. Yes. Who were the checks from?
Mr. Thurston, they were all from that woman you've been carrying on with, Miss Stovall.
Anne Stowe. You get the chemicals?
Yes? But I don't see what you want with them. You're going to use them to test the painting, Mr. X?
Not test the painting, Pagan, but if things work out tonight at dinner, I may use them to find 4 paintings.
Would somebody please pass the olives? Thank you.
Mr. Thurston, you can be so completely charming. You make me forget that you are here as a manhunter. Is that the secret of your success?
Now, you're being generous both ways, Mrs. Tormey. What success? I haven't found the painting.
Oh, but you will, Mr. Thurston. You must have some ideas.
Everybody has ideas, Mr. Freeman, from fools to philosophers. An idea is the only thing in life that's free.
Except art, of course.
Art. And there's nothing free about an original Rembrandt.
No, I guess not, Ken. Not when you put it that way. I wonder what he made from his painting when he was alive.
Well, not a great deal, I should imagine, though I believe he did better financially than most of them.
But I doubt very much, Mr. Tormey, that he ever sold 4 paintings for $3 million.
Well, let's hope that no one else has a chance to do that either.
You can bet on it, Mr. Freeman. They won't.
It seems impossible to stay off the subject, even when it is so unpleasant. Of course, we're all suspects, at least
Senor
until...
Tormey! Senor Tormey, come quick! The house, she's on fire.
Raoul, what's the matter?
Hey, smoke all over every place.
Looks like he's right, Mr. Tormey. Coming under this door from the hall.
Good Lord. Whole wing must have caught.
Mr. Thurston, the whole house is going to burn down. Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, I guess we better.
Head for the terrace.
Yeah, all
All
right.
right. Quiet, everybody.
What?
The fire's over.
Over?
Open those windows on the terrace, Pagan. Let the smoke from those chemicals clear out of here.
Chemicals? Mr. Thurston, what's the meaning of this?
Meaning, only that I know now who has the 4 Rembrandts. Here, Pagan.
A gun.
See that nobody leaves this room.
Right, Mr. X. Just leave it to me.
I don't understand.
What does this mean?
Well, Mr. Tormey, any objections to my having a talk with your wife?
No. No objections. They wouldn't do any good. A very clever man, Mr. Thurston. I can only hope that you're also a merciful one.
Mrs. Tormey. Mrs. Tormey.
That's you, Mr. Thurston?
Yes, may I come in?
Why, I am just getting ready for bed.
Right in the middle of dinner with the house on fire?
It really isn't on fire at all, is it?
No.
How long have you known?
It had to be you. The person who copied Rembrandt well enough to fool even the experts had to look at life the same way he did. You were the only one here like that. Better open this door, Mrs. Tormey.
No. And you won't get the paintings. No one else will either, because I'm going to burn them here.
Wait, no.
I've given my life for them. Do you think I'll let anyone else have them?
Wait, and listen to me. You said there were things in the history of your country that you'd rather forget. Those 4 paintings mean a chance to end such thing for both of our countries. And that's bigger than any personal whim. Does that mean anything to you? Or were you lying?
Just a moment. Come in, Mr. Thurston.
Yes.
The paintings are there on the table.
Uh-huh.
You are very persuasive, Mr. Thurston. Perhaps that is the secret of your success.
That's one success I'd almost rather not have. You've killed 2 men. Stolen $3 million worth of paintings and sent me a threat on my life, but... Oh, I don't know.
But I didn't. I didn't do any of those things.
What?
Oh, I did poison that man Dole, of course, because he tried to blackmail me. But I did not steal the paintings. I thought all the time they were my own copies until he recognized them as the original.
What? Wait a minute. It could be. It's all right. Mrs. Stormy, don't leave this room. I'll be right back.
Don't worry, Mr. Thurston. I'm not going away.
I've suspected it, Mr. Thurston, since Bob told us last night what had happened. I've always known about her fondness for Rembrandt's work, but it doesn't matter what she did. I love her.
I know, Mr. Toomey. There's nothing I can say. Words are pretty silly things sometimes. I'm sorry.
If there's anything I can do, John, well, you can count on me. I'll be leaving in the morning, taking the pictures back.
Thank you, Bob.
I guess we'll be leaving too, Mr. Thurston, eh? This case is all wound up.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it, Pagon? Except for one thing. Although she copied them, Mrs. Tormey did not steal the paintings.
Did Thurston?
Furthermore, she didn't kill the guard of the gallery 3 years ago. And she didn't send me the Macumba death warning.
Then who did?
Someone who intended to sell the paintings eventually to some wealthy collector. Someone who had to act fast when I brought up doubts about the copies of the gallery. Someone who came to Rio on a trumped-up excuse. To get the originals before I could.
Bob, no.
Look out, Mr. X. Pulling a gun.
It won't do him any good.
Good heavens.
Ah. Well, Freeman, you'll still be in shape to fly back to New York tomorrow.
Only with handcuffs, not Rembrandt.
Rembrandt. The man who saw the world in a swirl of shadows with mystic shafts of light. And hidden away in those shadows may be an answer to the whole business of life. Could be that way. Someday, when all the paintings have crumbled away to dust, there may be an answer left there, standing without shadows. And the world's last artist may paint it like that someday.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along with Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, in my past stories, I have shown you how spies and international crooks operate, how they spread propaganda, undermine a people's faith in their leaders, intimidate, and sabotage. Now I am going to show you how all these activities might be fitted together like a jigsaw puzzle and result in revolution and the loss of freedom. My friend John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Our story is the built-up case of what could happen if spies and international crooks successfully carried out their assignments. To tell it, we take you to the home of an old statesman. He sits in his library talking of days of crises. With him is his old friend, K7.
Old statesman, you have served your country for many years. You have been through many crises. What do you consider the greatest danger to a people's liberty?
Spies and sympathizers who bore from within, K7. I think I'll tell you a story. It will illustrate my meaning. Suppose we consider the fictitious country of Latvania. Latvania is rich in natural resources, coal, lumber, oil. It also possesses thousands of acres of rich farmlands. And all of these riches are coveted by a powerful and aggressive nation.
Go ahead, old statesman.
There have been situations like that all through history, K7. But let me go on. Let us assume that my country is vitally interested. Because I want accurate information, I have dispatched 3 of your old friends, Agent M, Agent Z, and Agent B9 to Latvania. The crisis there has reached its climax. Our cabinet is in session, and so also the cabinets of many other nations. As we consider our action, a messenger hurries to my side. While we are awaiting information, I suggest we consider our course of action.
Beg pardon, sir. The first report from Latvania is coming in.
Thank you. I'll come right in. Gentlemen, I have just learned that the first of the reports for which we are waiting is ready. We will adjourn for 1 hour.
Lead the way, Payne. This door, sir. Secret Agent M is waiting to talk to you by shortwave radio telephone. If you will just sit here.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello? Secret Agent M? I'm ready.
This is Secret Agent M speaking from the capital of Latvania. I've been here 2 weeks. My assignment was to cover propaganda. The situation here is grave. All newspapers have been subsidized. Last night I talked with the publisher of the paper that has always spoken for the government. He told me of a visitor whom he received yesterday.
Who are you? What do you mean by walking in here?
My name is Cole, Monsieur Edmonds. I have come to talk with you. You are the head of this newspaper?
Yes, of course I am.
I have come to tell you that we are not satisfied with the way it is being run.
What do you mean by that?
Your stories. They do not reflect what your people think.
My newspaper prints the truth.
That is a matter of opinion, is it not? Here. I have brought you a story. Look at it. Read it. It is for your front page.
Government on verge of collapse. Army has deserted. These are lies. They will never appear in this newspaper.
Then your newspaper will never be printed again. It will be destroyed. Don't try to open the drawer of your desk.
I'll see that you're turned over to the police.
Call the police if you wish. I talked to your chief of police this morning. He now agrees with us. You have but two alternatives, Mr. Edmonds. Resist and be destroyed, print what we dictate, and prosper.
You wouldn't dare destroy this plant.
Your people will destroy your plant for me. Here, come to this window. Look below.
A crowd. There are hundreds. What are they waiting for?
For news, Edmonds. For the news I have just given you to print. Here, allow me to raise the window. Well, you see the planes above? They have dropped pamphlets which have told the things you refuse to print. Now the people want the news from you.
I'll tell them the truth. Fellow citizens, do not believe what is printed in the pamphlets.
Are you satisfied? We will put the window down.
This is impossible. They do not believe.
Your people will no longer tolerate a government that taxes them but does not give them leaders. Now, Edmonds, I would send these stories to the composing room and have them set up in type. They are to be printed at once.
Within an hour, the newspapers were on the streets. As night fell, the people stood in silent groups and read each new edition as it came off the press.
Hey, look! It says the army has deserted.
Oh, what does it mean, monsieur? My son's a soldier. Well, he was.
Did that end your first report, old statesman?
Yes, K7. The second came in before I had the opportunity of again addressing the ministers.
This is Secret Agent Z speaking. I have just come from the capital where an attempt has been made on the life of Latvia's president. Events are taking place in such rapid succession, it is impossible to keep up with them. The president told me the attempt on his life followed a call which he received from a man who refused to give his name.
Mr. President, I demand that you resign before tonight. It is the only way you can save your life.
I refuse, monsieur. My people have elected me to lead them. As long as my government lives, I will continue to fight for peace.
You have the resignation of 4 of your ministers on your desk before you.
I refuse to discuss my government's business with you. Now, if you will leave.
Very well. You have had your chance. Tomorrow it will be too late. Goodbye, Mr. President. Sandra.
You have seen him?
Yes, refused. I go back to the city. As soon as my car is away, follow your orders. All guards have been bribed. The window above is open.
I know what to do.
When you are finished, go back to the headquarters. I leave you now.
That was my second report, K7. After hearing it, I was prepared for the third. It came late that night.
This is Special Agent B9 speaking from the capital of Latavania. I've just come from the public square. Thousands of citizens assembled there early this evening, following an announcement in the newspapers of the citizens' patriotic meeting. I arrived shortly after the speaker took the stand. Within a minute after he started, I knew what to expect.
Citizens of Latavania, your lot has been a poor one. Your factories have either been silent or your workers have been paid such poor wages that your children have starved. Liberation is the time. This afternoon, the last of your cabinet resigned for the good of your country. 3 of these patriotic citizens are here on this platform now. I ask them to stand and receive your applause. Citizens, thousands of you have been without work, without food, without warm clothing for yourself or for those you love. It is time all this ends. It is time for a new government to come in and free you and give you the protection to which you are entitled. I am here to offer you this protection, to offer you prosperity, happiness, a new way of living. Your new protectors are now marching into the square. They are your friends, here to help you. Your new leader will be here within an hour. Hail the conquerors!
What does it mean? Look at their uniforms. They are not our soldiers.
No. It means the end of our nation.
Thank you for your story, old statesman. Ladies and gentlemen, Latavania was dead. Our story about this mythical nation of Latavania shows what might happen if spies were allowed to spread propaganda, if sabotage went unchecked, if a people lost faith in their leaders. Spies are at work today. Their activities must be watched. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve, I'm sending you to Switzerland on the next plane.
Switzerland? What's the matter? Your watch busted?
No. We're up against a case of international blackmail. Ruth, how about Steve's plane ticket?
Ready and waiting, Commissioner.
Good.
I'll check on his passport and credentials.
Thanks, Ruth.
Now, what's all this about international blackmail?
Well, as you know, the popular leader of a Central European country died last week.
Yeah?
We've taken an active interest in the affairs of that country.
Mm-hmm.
We've sent them food and money and done everything we can to help them establish a democracy. We've made a heavy investment in democracy, and now we've got to protect our investment.
I still don't get with the blackmail.
This leader had finally succeeded in uniting his country behind him. He became a symbol of democracy in their minds. But there are interests who realize if they can discredit this man, that unity will collapse. And that country will then be an easy target for anti-democratic propaganda.
I see. But how can they discredit the man? He's dead.
We have just received information before he died. He signed a confession revealing his intention to sell out his country. We happen to know that confession was obtained by force.
Oh. Well, why hasn't it been published?
He had many friends, and one of them stole the confession before it could be put to use.
And you want me to contact this man?
No, he was killed. A man named Baumgart contacted us this morning. He owns the Jungfrau Inn in the Swiss Alps near Interlaken. He says he knows that the blackmailer is willing to sell this letter to the highest bidder.
Yeah, and those bidders will probably have the ante up pretty high by now. Okay, how much am I authorized to bid for it?
Nothing.
What?
You know we don't bargain with blackmailers.
But look, Commissioner...
Steve, get that document. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Yeah. That's my assignment. Go to Switzerland, contact Baumgartner, and find who has a document hot enough to start a revolution in Central Europe. And somehow get that document. The other team will be bidding plenty of cold cash for it. I guess I'm supposed to use box stops or just bet my baby blue eyes at somebody. Well, I get to Interlaken on Monday. I'm met by a character named Rudy. Shortly thereafter, we're winding our way up the Alps in a horse-drawn sleigh. You know, Rudy, this Jungfrau Inn is about as easy to get to as a monastery in Tibet.
But here we are, Herr Mitchell. Oh there.
What? Look, I don't see the inn anywhere. Whoa, don't tell me it's down in the bottom of this gorge.
No, look across the gorge.
Huh?
There it is on the other side. Come along.
Well, look, I don't have wings. I still don't see how we're going... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Don't tell me we're supposed to ride in that contraption across this gorge.
Yeah, the cable car. Come.
You call that a cable car? Looks more like an oversized coal bucket to me.
It is the quickest way to the Jungfrau Inn. To go around the edge of this chasm by trail takes 2 hours, but by cable car it is only a few minutes.
Hey, you know, it isn't exactly warm up here.
Oh, but this is mild to a former ski trooper.
Oh, Army, huh?
Yeah, almost 7 years. Now I will hold the cable car steady while you get in.
Hey, that sure looks like a long way down. You sure you've been checked out on this gadget?
Checked out?
This cable car, you know how to operate it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is very simple. You see, this button starts the motor. So, now this lever, to go forward, we pull it back. And to go back, we push it forward.
You know, that sounds real logical.
We go forward. So.
Hey, that bank sure drops away in a hurry.
Yeah.
How deep is this gully, anyway?
I'm glad you asked that question, Herr Mitchell.
What?
I will let you find out for yourself how deep it is.
Hey, what's the big... Uh-oh.
We know why you're in Switzerland, Mitchell. We cannot pay as much as Uncle Moneybags. Therefore, we stop you before you arrive. Now, over the side.
You mean jump just like that?
I will help you with a bullet if you prefer.
Now, look, Rudy, why don't you play it smart? Take the money I brought and...
And while I'm close, give you the opportunity to grab this gun? No, Herr Mitchell. We are trained to omit foolish mistakes.
Look, you said you were an army man.
It will not help you to stall.
I also remember from my midshipman days that military habits are hard to break.
I do not understand.
Simply this. Achtung!
You tricked me!
Thanks for snapping to attention. Now drop this gun or I'll break your arm.
It went over the side, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Now it is man to man.
Look, you made your pitch and you failed. Now, let's leave it there.
I was sent to kill you. I shall push you out.
Look, Buster, I'm giving you one out. Now take it.
One of us is going over the side.
Not me, Buster.
No, Mitchell. Grab me. I'm slipping.
Oh, brother. Bartender.
Yeah, you would like a drink?
Yeah, I could use one right now. Scotch.
Yeah.
Is the owner of this inn around anywhere?
Here. Yeah, Herr Baumgartner. See over at the corner table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it was my fault.
Did I hurt you?
Not at all.
I spilled your drink.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Well, let me buy you another one.
No, thank you.
But
No, really. I tell you, I will take, what do you call it? A rain check?
Yeah, a rain check. Okay, that's a date. See you later.
Good evening.
Is your name Baumgartner?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
Please, sit down. But let us not talk until the music's over.
Look, I want to talk now. My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell. You surprised to see me?
But of course not, Herr Mitchell. I've been expecting you.
Yeah? Well, I wasn't a very cordial welcome your stooge tried to give me in that cable car.
What? Please, Herr Mitchell. I'm very fond of this music. It's the very best, you know. The Moserbuben.
The what?
The Moserbuben. Oh, the Moser boys. Isn't it not good to listen to?
Yeah, great. But right now I've got more in my mind than yodeling. We're going to have a talk, so quit stalling.
Well, very well. Come, we'll go into the back room.
Okay. Just one thing, though.
Yeah?
Have you got another ape waiting for me in there?
Ape? But I do not understand.
Oh, well, never mind. Come on.
After you, Herr Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah, let's sit down. Now, what is all this suspicion of me?
You sent a strong arm named Rudy to pick me up and polish me off.
Herr Mitchell, why should I want to, as you say, polish you off? I want to do business with you.
Then where did this Rudy come from?
The man I sent to bring you here was named Otto. This Rudy was undoubtedly working for one of the people who are bidding for the document we're both concerned with.
Well, maybe. Look, speaking of that document, our information is that you know who has it and are willing to act as a go-between.
Your information is accurate, Herr Mitchell.
Do you know the document is still in existence?
I've seen it. It's now in a safe deposit box in Bern. But that doesn't matter, any of it. The point is, you will do business directly with me. I'm representing the owner of the document. Now, I've already been approached by 2 different bidders. I'm sure the United States will pay more than either of them. How much are you prepared to offer, Herr Mitchell?
Not 1 cent, Baumgartner.
You know, it's good to see a man with a sense of humor, even at a time like this. But let's be serious.
I am serious.
Herr Mitchell, do not try my patience. I've been instructed to sell that document for the equivalent of $100,000. If not to you, and to others.
Look, you know that piece of paper could do a certain country a lot of harm if it fell into the wrong hands.
It will do you no good to come here with your Boy Scout talk. I'm not interested in the harm the document can do to anyone else. I am interested in the good it can do me.
And its owner, of course.
You're wasting my time, Herr Mitchell. I could be listening to the music.
Look, Baumgartner.
There is no use prolonging this silly conversation. Unless you make a definite offer, you leave me no recourse but to sell to the highest bidder.
I wouldn't want you to do that. Well, maybe I can raise some money and get in on the bidding.
Oh, this attitude I like better. However, I shall accept the highest bid that I've had. I will deliver the keys to the document safe deposit box tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. You have until then. If you bring a better offer, the key is yours. Otherwise...
Yeah, I get it. Well, then I'd better get back to Interlaken right away.
I will send my bartender with you to see that you arrive safely. I do not want anything to happen to you, Mitchell, because I believe that your bid will be the highest.
Look, can't you make this contraption move a little faster? Fritz, it's like a deep freezer with a fan turned on.
We are almost to the end of the line.
Indeed, you are, my friend.
Hey, who's that over there on the bank?
I don't know him.
Well, just to be safe, put this thing in reverse.
Oh, it will not go into reverse. We saw to that.
He is right. It is jammed.
Oh, great.
And now, as you said, you are indeed at the end of the line, Mitchell.
Who are you?
Oh, my name is Gerlach. Would you and your companion kindly step out, please?
What do you want?
Hans?
Yeah.
Drag him out.
Yeah. Hey, look. Gun or no gun, get this big ape away from me. Go. Okay, Buster.
Oh, Mitchell, I am so sorry that you did that. It shows that just because I am a little man, you are not impressed by me. Oh, dear. It is always this way. I am such a mild little man, so no one is impressed. And therefore I must make people impressed.
Well, never mind the lecture. Where's this leading?
Mitchell, tonight you killed one of my men.
Oh, Rudy? The guy in the bucket?
The same. And now, an eye for an eye. Hans.
Yeah.
Shoot the little one.
Wait a minute. You can't kill Fritz in cold blood for something he had nothing to do with.
Oh, Mitchell, you are not impressed. Oh, dear. Hans.
Wait.
No!
Good Lord. What kind of a man are you?
The kind of man who will kill you, Mitchell, if you do not give me the document.
Gerlach, I don't have it.
You came to buy it. You saw Baumgartner, and so it follows that you have the document. Now, please, Mr. Mitchell, take pity on me. It's quite cold up here. I would much rather be in front of a warm fire. I am sure that your conscience would bother you if you made me catch cold.
Yeah, I'd hate myself in the morning, I suppose. Look, I don't have it, and I don't know where it is.
Oh, dear. Very well, Hans. Proceed.
Hey, look, if you think I'm going to hold still while this jughead works over me...
Hans!
Yeah.
Again, Hans, only this time use the butt of your rifle.
Yeah. Listen, you big gorilla.
Oh, that's lovely. Now, Hans, you may kick him. Again. That's enough to soften him up. Any more would be cruel. Roll the bartender's body into the gorge, and then we shall take Mitchell to my house in Interlaken. Welcome back, Herr Mitchell.
Oh, my ribs feel like a football field.
Yes, of course. You can thank Hans for that.
Yeah, and I have more for you.
No, hurry, I can wait.
And now, Mitchell, we resume our negotiations.
Like I told you, I don't have it.
Yes, we know that. We searched you, but you do know its whereabouts. Hans, perhaps a hammerlock?
Yeah. Hey, cut it out. This isn't going to do you any good, Gerlach.
Oh, rest assured, it will not do you any good either, Mitchell. A little more pressure, Hans.
You got my thumb practically up to my ear.
Just a little more.
Wait!
Ah, at last, Hans releases arm.
Oh, that's better. Look, I'm kind of groggy. I could do with some fresh air.
Oh, but of course, Mitchell. Poor man, you have been through a great deal. Open the window and get your fresh air. And then we shall talk.
I stumbled over to the window. I was in a hole, but good. These kids were playing for keeps. Something moved in the street. There was a girl leaning out of a car window. It looked like the girl I'd bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn. She waved again, and I got the message, but quick. I slumped over against the window like I was passing out.
Hans, help him.
I heard Hans coming up behind me. I swung my fist around hard. It connected with his stomach. He bounced back into Gerlach. The two of them went down. I dove out the window.
Hans, Twig after him.
Over here. Hurry.
Yeah.
Quick. Get into the car.
Okay. Give her the gas.
I will turn at the first corner. I think we can shake them off.
Hey, look. You're the girl I bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn.
That's right.
Well, not that I wasn't glad to see you just now, but what were you doing parked in front of Gerlach's place?
I came down in the cable car just ahead of you. I saw what happened to you, so I followed you.
I'm sure glad you did, Miss...
Lisa Strauss.
Lisa? I'm Steve Mitchell. Where are we going?
I think we've lost them by now. You are bleeding, Mr. Mitchell. I will take you to my apartment. I can bandage your cuts there.
Thanks. Anywhere's all right with me as long as it's where that character Gerlach isn't.
Are you feeling any better now, Steve?
Only about 1,000%. Hey, remind me to take first aid lessons from you sometime, Lisa.
How about a drink, Steve?
You think of everything, don't you?
But when we bumped into each other at the inn, you promised me a rain check, remember? Here you are.
Thanks. Well, happy rain check.
You know, it is very fitting, this rain check.
What do you mean?
Because for you, it is going to start raining. Right now.
Huh?
Don't move, Steve, or I
Hey.
will shoot.
You too, Lisa.
Yes, Steve. I'm sorry.
Why?
I could like you very much.
Then, honey,
Do
let's...
not edge toward me, Steve. I have shot men before. But never one I liked so well, so soon.
Look, Lisa, let's put up that gun and concentrate on getting acquainted.
Oh, no. It would be fun, but this is important to my country.
Where do you come in?
Gerlach did not get the document from you. Therefore, you did not have it.
Well, that's what I tried to tell him. I'm glad you're smart enough to know it.
I am also smart enough to know that you must be killed.
Why?
Because you can bid more than I am prepared to offer.
Would you mind telling me who's going to do this little job for you?
For me? No one. I will do it myself.
You know, I believe you would.
Not would, Steve. Will. Obviously, I cannot do it in here in my apartment.
Well, that's a relief.
We will go for a little drive. Just the two of us.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. Move. Keep both hands on the steering wheel, Steve.
Don't worry. With that blue steel tickling my ribs, I'll behave. Where are we going?
Out of the city a little way.
Look, what good's it gonna do you to kill me?
I don't like competition, Steve. I know you are determined to get that letter, but I am more determined than you are. Steve! Steve, watch out! You're heading for that parked car in front of us.
So I see.
Slow down, Steve.
Oh, I know.
You will hit it.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm sorry to jolt you, baby.
Let go of my wrist.
Let go of the gun.
And if I do not?
I've never broken a woman's wrist before, but I guess there's always a first time.
You would not do it.
Oh, wouldn't I? That's better.
You surprised me, Steve. You're not as soft as I thought. Well, what will you do now? Turn me over to the police?
Well, maybe I should. After all, you were trying to kill me, but I also remember you saved my life an hour ago. Now, Lisa, I'm not going to turn you over to the police.
You're a strange man, Steve. In turning me loose, you are making the biggest mistake of your life.
Maybe. Time will tell. I'll be seeing you, Lisa. Well, long about now, I'm ready to toss in the sponge. It's only a matter of time until Baumgartner contacts Gerlach or Lisa, and the highest bidder will be waiting at 10 o'clock to claim the key to the safety deposit box and burn. I had no money to offer, and I couldn't scare Baumgartner into giving me the document. Baumgartner was more afraid of Gerlach and Lisa than he was of me. Then a crazy idea hit me. It might work. Fear does talk louder than money, and maybe Gerlach and Lisa could do a little bit of work for me without knowing it. That night, I timed my arrival at the Jungfrau Inn. It's 9 as I open the front door.
Good evening, Herr Mitchell.
Hello, Baumgartner. I see their Moser BBs are still being it.
Yeah. Such music. Oh, it's a delight to my soul. But I'm glad to see you back tonight, Herr Mitchell. It indicates you've changed your mind about that document. Now, how much are you prepared to bid for it?
Baumgartner, you told me you're just acting as a go-between in this deal, but I've got a pretty strong hunch that there is no other man. I think you've got the document and dreamed up this story about being just a go-between to protect yourself.
I do not understand the purpose of these remarks.
No purpose, really.
All right, then let's get down to business. How much are you prepared to bid?
You misunderstand, Baumgartner. I just came up here to tell you goodbye.
Mitchell, sometimes I find your sense of humor very annoying.
It's no joke. My train leaves for Bern in about 2 hours.
You are serious?
Yep. So long.
But I do not understand the key.
I think you will understand before long. Goodbye.
But, Herr Mitchell.
Well, hello, Lisa.
Hello, Steve.
You must like this inn.
Let us say rather that I like you.
Yeah, sure. You proved that the last time we were together.
I'm afraid you were a little too clever for me then.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, Lisa.
What do you mean?
I'm taking my key, and I'm leaving on the train to Bern in a couple of hours.
Key? Leaving? You admit defeat, then?
I didn't say that. I just said I was leaving. Well, so long, Lisa. It was nice while it lasted, and I'm glad it didn't last a minute longer.
But wait, I do not understand. If you are leaving, that means that Baumgartner...
It just means I'm leaving. So long, Lisa.
Oh, Mitchell.
Looking for me, Hans? Here I am. That's one I owe you. Here's another. And here's one for Gerlach. Give him a message for me, Hans. Tell him I've got the key. Tell him it's too late. I'm leaving on the train to Bern. Don't forget.
Here's your compartment, sir. Number 5.
Thanks, conductor. When do we arrive in Bern?
Late tonight.
Mm-hmm. A little stuffy in here.
Oh, open the window if you like.
Right. See you later.
Mitchell.
Well, hello, Baumgartner.
Mitchell, what have you done to me?
I don't know what you mean.
But you must. Shortly after you left, Gerlach, he came to the inn and tried to kill me.
Well, maybe he doesn't like you.
Mitchell, this is serious. I escaped out the back door, but he followed me here. He's on the train.
What about the girl?
She saw it all. She, too, is here. What did you tell them?
Well, have a seat and I'll explain it.
There isn't much time. They're searching the compartments.
Well, then I better talk fast. Yesterday, you called the highest bidder and told him that he or she could claim the key to the safe deposit box at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, all this I know.
I had to know who was the highest bidder. Tonight, when I told Lisa I was leaving with the key, it meant nothing to her. That left Gerlach.
Oh, this too I know.
When I left early mentioning the key, they both thought you had sold the document to me.
So, that's why Gerlach tried to kill me.
That's right. When Lisa learned about that, she smelled the double cross and started on her own.
But I didn't double cross the... Oh, you know that.
Well, in that case, you have nothing to worry about. When they find you, if You have time before they shoot you. Just tell them the truth and...
You must tell them. You are the only one who can save my life.
Why don't you go to the police?
You know I cannot ask their protection in this matter.
Well, then you'd better make a deal with me. Now, you got that key to the safe deposit box on you?
But of course.
Well, give it to me. I'll tell Gerlach and the girl that you don't have it.
But I'll get nothing. No money, nothing.
Well, the other way, you'll wind up dead. Still with nothing. Come on, make up your mind, yes or no?
Oh, but it's unfair.
Someone coming down the corridor.
It's a woman's steps.
Probably Lisa. What's it going to be, Baumgartner?
Oh, all right. Anything. Here's the key.
Thanks. Now get over there behind the door. And keep yourself
You will
behind
both
the...
stay where you are.
Hello, Lisa. Looks like you've got quite a collection of guns.
Yes, but soon it will be a collection of keys. Baumgartner, you will be first.
No,
You promised to sell that document to me. Instead, you sold it to Steve Mitchell.
No, it's not true. Mitchell, tell her.
Yeah, maybe I had better explain. You see, Lisa...
Save your explanations for me, Mitchell.
Gerlach.
Drop the gun, Lisa. Drop it.
No.
Drop it, Lisa. He means business.
So do I.
Why, you...
Mitchell, let go of me.
You bet.
You knocked him out, Mitchell.
Yeah, but not in time to save Lisa, though.
But in time to save me.
What? Baumgartner.
I have Gerlach's gun now, Mitchell. Give me back that key.
I guess I should have known I couldn't trust you.
Take that key out of your pocket and give it to me at once.
Well, okay, Baumgartner. Here's the key. Catch.
Mitchell, you threw that key out the window.
Yeah.
On purpose.
On purpose.
I'll pull the emergency stop.
Hey. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going after that key, and I'll get it back.
Happy hunting.
Who pulled the emergency stop?
The guy who just jumped off the train, conductor.
Wait, his body's on the floor. Then it was a shot I heard.
Yeah. The unconscious guy's name is Gerlach. He killed the girl there.
But I did not understand. You say a man jumped off the train. Why?
He's looking for a key in the snow out there somewhere.
A key?
Yeah, I threw it out the window. You know, I'd give a lot to see his face when he finds it.
Why?
It's the key to my apartment back in the States.
But is the key that valuable?
Well, it's not half as valuable as the one I've still got in my pocket. Now, come on, conductor. Let's get this train moving again. I've got a date in Bern. Oh, no. This date is with a safe deposit box.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Be sure to hear Elizabeth Taylor on Cavalcade of America tomorrow on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Dear a question that was asked of 113,597 doctors in a nationwide survey a few years ago.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel.
Again and again since then, a cross-section of America's doctors has been asked that same question.
And again, every time, the brand named most has been Camel.
Yes, according to repeated surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, our fee deductible on next year's income tax. Richard Diamond, Private Deduction speaking.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, it's much too wordy to go over again.
Yes. Mr. Diamond, this is Fred Lane speaking. You once did a job for a friend of mine.
Well, if your friend wants his money back, tell him I've already spent it.
Oh, no, nothing like that. He recommended you.
Well, will wonders never cease?
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond. May I inquire as to your fee?
You may. $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, well, that is rather steep. But I think I can manage.
Spoken like a true millionaire, Mr. Lane.
I live at 1482 Riverside. Please get here as soon as possible.
Well, I'm pretty busy, but I'll try to.
Please do, Mr. Diamond. I'll have a check waiting for you.
Mr. Lane, go to your front door. I'm there. People who promise to have checks waiting are people for whom Diamond loves to work. I went downstairs, picked up my car, and drove to the address on Riverside. Rang the doorbell, the door opened. Then my blood pressure started doing push-ups. She was tall, blonde, and wore a dress that would have even been banned on television.
You must be Mr. Diamond.
Well, how can you tell? Don't other men drool?
Come in, please. Fred's expecting you.
Fred?
Mr. Lane, my husband.
Oh.
This way, please. Fred's in the den. I do hope you'll be able to help us, Mr. Diamond.
Well, so do I. Mrs. Lane, what seems to be the trouble?
I'll let Fred explain to you. This whole business has got me rather upset. It's in here. Fred?
Yes?
Mr. Diamond's here.
Oh, good. Come in, Diamond. Come in.
I'll be upstairs, Fred.
Of course, dear. Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you.
Well, you got here in a hurry. You're certainly true to your word, sir.
I owe it all to my Boy Scout training.
Well, here, as I promised, check.
Good. Now that we're both men of our word, let's make with some more words. Why do you want to hire me, Mr. Lane?
It's about my wife, Mary. She's being blackmailed, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I see.
It's been going on for a month now. Finally, last night she broke down and told me all about it.
All about what, Mr. Lane? Why is she being blackmailed?
She made a few mistakes before I met her. No reason to go into that now, but the blackmailer knows all about those mistakes.
You speak as if you knew who the blackmailer was, Mr. Lane.
I do. Perhaps I should clarify that a bit, however. I don't know the man personally, but Mary tells me he was a classmate of hers during her college years.
Mm-hmm.
She told me his name was Louis Dixon, and that he was staying at the Brewster Hotel on 35th. I went there this morning to have it out with him.
And?
He checked out last night.
Huh. Mr. Lane, I still don't see why you hired me. Now that your wife's told you about the blackmail, you could just report it to the police. Next time this Dixon guy calls, they'd nab him.
I'm not interested in turning him over to the police, Mr. Diamond.
I don't quite follow you.
I'm only interested in seeing that he doesn't bother Mary anymore. When you locate Dixon, let me know. I intend to give him a thrashing he'll never forget.
That's letting a blackmailer off pretty easy, Lane.
Perhaps, but if we prosecute, well, publicity and all, I think Mary's gone through enough. Like I say, all I'm interested in seeing that he doesn't bother her anymore. Call me about 5 and let me know what progress you made. Good day, Mr. Diamond, and good luck.
And that was that. Go find a blackmailer, Diamond, so your client can beat him up. Screwy? You bet. But the $100 check in my pocket made up for my own feelings on the case, and I set out to find one Louis Dixon blackmailer. Lane seemed to think Dixon would have a record, and if he was right, Lieutenant Walt Levinson could give me a lead. It was almost noon when I parked in front of the 5th Precinct and walked into Walt's office.
Well, hello, Ricky boy. Pull up a chair. Just in time to watch me finish my lunch.
Oh, you are so generous, Walter. No thanks.
No thanks what?
No thanks. I won't have a piece of your pie.
What's wrong with this pie? My wife made it.
That's what's wrong.
You insinuating my wife's a bad cook?
Of course not. She just bakes fattening pies. They're too doughy for
How do
me.
you know it's too doughy before you taste it?
You can tell by looking at it.
That's ridiculous. Here, now let me cut this piece in two. There. Now try it.
Oh, Walt.
Go on, try it.
Well.
Yeah. Is it doughy?
Not in the least.
I guess that proves she... Wait a minute.
Something wrong, Fatty?
You've eaten my wife's pies at the house before. You never thought they would do...
Pour me some coffee, please, Lieutenant.
You know, I should book you for swindling. What do you want down here, anyway?
Oh, just a little peek at your files.
Who is it you're looking for this time?
Guy by the name of Louis Dixon. Ever hear of him?
Dixon? Well, Ralph Dixon, a pickpocket. Herbie Dixon, a con man. Well, I can't place a Louis Dixon offhand. What's his racket?
Blackmail lately.
Oh, charming. Why haven't we been called in on the case?
My client doesn't want publicity. Besides, he just wants to poke the guy in the snoot a few times and tell him he's been a bad boy.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Finish what's left of your pie while I go through the files. And, Walt.
Yeah?
Have your wife bake lemon meringue next time, huh?
Oh.
I checked the files. There was nothing on Louis Dixon. I thanked Walt, went to my car, and drove across town to a little bar called the Bat's Cave. The Bat's Cave was as dingy as the name implied, but I didn't go there for entertainment. I was looking for Rabbit Jones, a guy who knew more about the underworld than Rudolph Halley. Like most informers, Rabbit Jones was a mean, whining character, and he didn't like me any more than I liked him. But he did like my money, and I liked his information. It was always a fair trade. I found him in the last booth, nursing a half-filled glass of beer. Ah, hello, Rabbit.
Oh.
Well, now that's a cheerful greeting. You must have won a horse race today, or weren't you running?
Big joke. Ha-ha. Beer.
Oh, Rabbit, you spread sunshine wherever you go, don't you?
Who asked you to sit down? Oh, Diamond, I get sick of you private dicks. Go bother someone else.
Oh, drop the small talk, Rabbit. I won't pay over the usual price, so don't make your information hard to get.
Maybe I got none to sell.
Pal, the day you stop selling information, I start knitting argyles.
Okay. Who is it?
Louis Dixon.
Where's the dough?
You know I always pay.
Well, this ain't my week for trusting people. Fork it over.
Suit yourself. There. Now about Louis Dixon.
I never heard of him. Let go of
Now,
me.
don't get smart, Rabbit. I pay for talk, straight talk.
Okay. Take your hands off of me.
I'm there.
Yeah. You rough boys got to show your muscles, huh?
Oh, shut up. You don't get my money unless you earn it, Rabbit, so start earning.
Yeah. Like I say, I never heard of a guy named Louis Dixon. But you know, with my contacts, I can find out about him, so drop the rough stuff.
How long will it take?
Well, that all depends. What's this Dixon guy's line?
Blackmail. There's a chance he might have been mixed up in some other rackets the past few years.
Give me 2 hours. If he's been around lately, I'll find out.
Now make it 1 hour. I'll meet you back here.
Okay. Hey, Diamond.
Yeah?
I wish I had more nerve. If I had more nerve, I'd slip a shiv in you some night.
Oh, I wish you had more nerve, too, Rabbit. I'd enjoy beating you to pieces for trying it. On your way, punk. Rabbit shuffled out of the Bat's Cave with a slow, heavy step, like a man reluctant to step out into the sunlight. I spent the next hour checking contacts of my own, then returned to the Bat's Cave and waited for Rabbit. He came in a half an hour late, took the stool beside me, and ordered a beer before he turned to me.
Oh, you picked some tough guys to get a line on, Diamond. Oh, I had a bad time.
Stop singing the blues, Rabbit.
Yeah, and if the guy has worked the rackets, he's been quiet about it. I couldn't find one guy who knew him.
You sure of that, Rabbit?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. I did find a few guys who'd heard of him, though.
Keep talking.
Now, 2 different guys were at Squeaky Horner's floating crap game the other night. And they say a guy named Lewis Dixon was there.
How did they know it was Dixon?
Well, we was flashing dough around, telling everyone what a big shot he was.
But they don't know where he is now.
Well, if they did, I'd tell you. Maybe Squeaky Horner knows. He ran the game.
Well, where's Squeaky now?
When the game folds for a few days, Squeaky hangs out around a penny arcade at 3rd and Chestnut.
I know the place.
Well, then go and talk to him. And let me drink my beer in peace.
I passed a few more insults with Rabbit as I paid a check, then drove to the Penny Arcade, 3rd and Chestnut. Squeaky Horner was hunched over a pinball machine, and when he saw me, his eyes lit up like the tilt sign.
Ricky Diamond, hey! How you been, Rick?
No, not bad, Squeaky. You?
Ah, great. Hey, look at that score. Got a nickel?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thanks. What brings you down here, Ricky?
I understand a guy named Lewis Dixon was at your game a few nights ago.
Hey, Rick, there's a lot of boys drop in from time to time. It's hard. You say Dixon?
That's right.
Yeah, I remember him, a blowhard. Every time he rolled a dice, he said, Lewis Dixon's the best crap shooter in town. Prove it, Dice. That's what he said.
You ever seen him before, Squeaky?
Let me see. No, he was a stranger. I got a good memory for faces. This boy I never seen before.
Oh, great. Was he with anyone you might know?
I'm afraid not, Rick. He come alone and he left alone. Wish I could help you, though.
Thanks, anyway.
Thank you for the nickel. Man, hey, look at that score go up.
Squeaky's score was running very high, but mine was still 0. So far, not one definite lead as to the whereabouts of Lewis Dixon. I spent another half hour combing the known informers, but to no avail. A little after 5, I went to a phone booth and called my client, Fred Lane.
Hello?
Mr. Lane?
Who's this?
Richard Diamond.
It's Walt, Rick.
Walt, what are you doing there?
Can't you guess?
Oh, no.
Uh-huh. Red Lane, your client, Rick?
Yeah?
Better get over here right away. You are now unemployed.
Lane?
That's right. Murdered.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here is an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
How mild can a cigarette be? Here's a good way to find out.
Make the 30-day Camel Mildness Test a sensible test based on steady smoking. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days and compare them in your T-zone. T for throat, T for taste.
See how much you enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, pack after pack, as your steady smoke.
See how well Camels agree with your throat week after week as your steady smoke.
You'll soon see why Camel is America's most popular cigarette by billions of cigarettes per year.
Yes, and you'll soon be a steady Camel smoker.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Fred Lane's body lay on the floor of his den. There was a letter opener lying beside the body, and it fit the hole in his back. Tomorrow morning's paper would carry Fred Lane's obituary. It would tell where he was born, what he did with his life, and when he died. But it wouldn't tell who killed him. And that's what I wanted to find out.
Looks like you really put up a fight, Rick?
Yeah, the room's torn up a lot. Who did it, Walt?
Louis Dixon, the guy you've been out looking for.
Do you have him?
Mrs. Lane gave us the information. Seems Dixon came here to the house about 2 hours ago. He wanted more dough for Mrs. Lane.
Pretty nervy to come right here.
Yeah. Guess she figured Lane might be out. Anyway, Mrs. Lane called her husband. Fred came in, invited Dixon into the den for a talk, and sent Mrs. Lane upstairs.
Oh, well, that fits. Lane starts beating up Dixon. Dixon grabs the letter opener and kills Lane.
That's the way it figures. Mrs. Lane said she heard a struggle, but her husband had told her to stay in her room, and then she heard Dixon run out, so she came down and found the body and called us.
Did you get the prints off the letter opener?
Nope. Miss Lane said Dixon was wearing a pair of gloves when he came in. Chances are he never took them off.
Oh, that's great. Well, Fatty, I hope you have more luck picking up Dixon than I had. Nobody around town seems to know him.
Well, Miss Lane gave us a good description. I put out an APB. What about you? You still on the case?
I was about to give it up when I phoned. But I can keep going as long as my legs hold up.
Good. I'd like to nab this Dixon guy as quick as possible.
Me too, Walt. I don't like people to go around killing my clients. Just isn't good for business. The boys were taking a body down to the morgue as I left. It looked like a hard day for my shoe leather. The only thing I could do was keep pounding the pavement in search of someone who knew or had known Lois Dixon. Cigarette stands, bookie joints, cheap boarding houses, nothing. Down to the Bowery, missions, small bars, guys on the corners.
Lois Dixon? Yeah, never heard of him.
And so it went. I headed back for my office in the comfort that comes when you sit in a chair with your feet on the desk. But when I reached the entrance of the office building, Squeaky Horner was standing there waiting for me.
Hey, Ricky, where you been? I've been waiting here a long time, almost an hour.
Oh, what's on your mind, Squeaky?
You still looking for Louis Dixon?
That's a silly question. Why?
Because I seen him about an hour and a half ago.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I got a good memory for faces. After I leave the arcade, I'm walking up 3rd and I see him. Big as life.
Where is he now?
I tail him, see? He goes into Henry's flop house. He's staying in one of Henry's rooms. Not in a hall like most of the guys. He's under another name.
What name, Squeaky?
Jack Layton. You want I should take you to the place, Ricky?
Yeah, Squeaky. I want that you should.
Here's the room, Ricky. You want I should knock?
Never mind.
What?
Just hold it right there, Layton. Or is it Dixon?
What are you talking about? What's the idea of busting in here like this?
What about it, Squeaky? Is he the guy?
No doubt about it, Ricky. He's the same guy who was at the game a few nights ago.
What game are you talking about? I never seen you before in my life.
All right, Squeaky. I can take it from here. Thanks a lot.
Anytime, Ricky.
Hey, what gives anyway, Bud?
Suppose you tell me, Dixon.
Why do you keep calling me Dixon? The name's Jack Layton.
Well, we'll see about that. There's one person who should be able to identify you for sure. Fred Lane's widow. Get your hat, pal. Well, it looked like the end of a hard day. I forced Layton, or Dixon, outside and into my car. Then we drove to the Lane house on Riverside. The police had left, and Mrs. Lane was alone. I took my man inside, and Mrs. Lane looked at him closely. I knew it would be just like the movies. She'd point and say, "That's him. That's the man, Mr. Diamond."
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond.
What?
I've never seen this man before in my life.
This, dear children, is the story of why a detective gets ulcers. But as I was driving Layton back toward town, I began thinking. Squeaky Horner had never been wrong about a man before. And why had Dixon been so hard to locate? I hadn't been able to turn up one man who knew him. So instead of driving Layton back to his room, I drove to the Brewster Hotel, where Lane said Dixon had been registered for a week. There it was a different story. The desk clerk positively identified Jack Layton as the man who had registered as Louis Dixon. At last, things began to shape up.
Why did you bring me here to your office? I want to get back to my room.
You heard what the desk clerk said. You registered as Louis Dixon. Why?
Oh, that desk clerk was loony. He made a mistake. You heard what Mrs. Lane said. She never saw me before.
So she said. But I think differently, Layton. And up here all alone, we can have a nice little chat. You're going to tell me all about it.
I got nothing to say.
No? Well, then suppose I open the conversation. Now, that was the first sentence, Layton. Now, do I start on a paragraph, or will you talk instead?
I don't know a thing.
Okay, stupid. We'll do it the hard way.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Hello, Mrs. Lane. Mind if I come in?
Of course not. Please do.
Suppose we go into the den. I'd like to have a little talk with you, Mrs. Lane.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling too well, Mr. Diamond. The shock and all.
Oh, yes, of course. It must have been trying, my bringing that Leighton man here for you to identify.
Well, yes, it was. If you could come back tomorrow, perhaps.
Oh, I'm afraid not, honey. Now.
Very well. I'm sorry you picked up the wrong man, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, sure, yes. It's funny. 2 other people swore he was the man known as Louis Dixon.
Well, it's hard to identify someone accurately, I imagine. But I was certain he wasn't Dixon.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've tidied up the den quite a bit.
Just what is it you wanted to talk to me about, Mr. Diamond?
Well, there's no hurry. Say, this is a handsome room. Nice house, too. And all yours, along with everything else your husband owned.
It's rather a cruel thing to say.
Oh, come off it, Mary. It was a wild scheme.
What do you mean?
I mean that you invented a phony character, a Louis Dixon, and set up a murder with every clue pointing to a man who never existed.
You're crazy.
No, Mary. You were crazy to think a stunt like this would ever work. You hired a bum named Jack Leighton, gave him money, had him register at the Brewster Hotel as Louis Dixon. Then you had him hit some of the gambling joints and make sure people heard his name as Louis Dixon. Then he was to disappear.
I won't stay here and be insulted.
No? Oh, soon I'll take you down to headquarters. You can be insulted there.
Well, I hope you have proof, Mr. Diamond. You'll need it.
Well, Leighton was reluctant at first, but let's say I persuaded him to talk. I dropped him by the 5th precinct on my way over here.
How much do you make as a private detective, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, Mary, don't talk like that. First chance you got, you'd stick a knife in my back, too.
Well, it was just a suggestion. After all...
No, drop it now. Well. First a letter opener on your husband, and now you try to bean me with a paperweight. Honey, you're just not safe around a desk, are you?
Rick?
Yes, Helen, dear?
I've been thinking.
Show off.
No, really. I think you should put your business on a more dignified level.
You don't say.
You should try and attract a higher type clientele.
Oh, I don't know. This Lane fellow I work for today was no slouch.
But what happened to him? He got killed. That's the trouble with your cases. They're too dangerous. If you don't get into trouble, your clients do.
True.
You should concentrate on more simple cases for wealthy clients, like divorce cases and inheritance claims.
Oh, great. Maybe I should even carry a powder puff in my shoulder holster.
All right, so it wouldn't be as exciting. Get the same fee and you wouldn't get so many black eyes.
Then I couldn't come here to you for sympathy, dear.
Rick, I'm serious.
Okay, honey, okay. Now tell me, just how do I go about attracting a higher type clientele, as you put it?
Well, you start off by putting on a more pretentious front.
Meaning I eat more?
Meaning you act a little more dignified.
Well, do go on, Miss Asher.
You should also have someone at the office to answer the phone for you.
Oh, Helen, it only rings once or twice a day. I think I have enough strength to pick up the receiver that often.
Well, it's strictly for appearances.
Oh, I see. Anyone in mind for the job?
Well, I have a lot of free time.
Oh, fine, dear, fine. I'm glad it's free. I should be able to afford that.
And then after we build up the business... Rick, are you listening?
Oh, sure, baby, sure.
You are not. You're just waiting for me to take a pause so you can sneak in a song.
Oh, honey, how can you be so suspicious? But, since you did bring up the matter...
I should have known better.
Oh, live and learn, dear, live and learn. If they ask me, I could write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look. I could write a preface on how we met, so the world would never forget. And the simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. Then the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make two lovers of friends. Then the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make two lovers of friends.
Oh, very nice.
Well, thank you, see.
Only now let's get back to your business.
Oh, who wants to talk about business? Come here.
Now, Rick, stop it. Rick, I wanted to... Oh, Rick.
Oh, now then. You were saying I shouldn't get on a more dignified level.
I was?
Oh, that's what I like. The gal with a one-track mind.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment.
What's America's most popular cigarette?
Camel is in the lead by billions of cigarettes per year.
One reason is that America's smokers have found out how rich, how flavorful Camels are, pack after pack.
Another reason is that America's smokers have discovered how well Camels agree with their throats week after week.
Are you smoking the cigarette America enjoys most? If not, start smoking mild, flavorful Camels tonight.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of friendship and to help show hospitalized veterans and service personnel that America remembers them, the makers of Camels send thousands of packs of Camels to service and veterans hospitals every week. This week, the gift Camels are going to Veterans Hospitals, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Bay Pines, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, to all hospitals operated by the Alaskan Air Command. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher and Alan Reed as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Others in the cast were Benny Rubin, Mary Jane Croft, Howard McNear, and Peter Leeds. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Now stay tuned, for This Is Your FBI, followed immediately by Ozzie and Harriet over most of these stations.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Now, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two delicious, easy-to-digest cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy adventure. Hear that? Well, that's what we mean when we say shot from guns. Nourishing grains of wheat and rice are actually loaded into special guns in the Quaker plant. And then the guns are fired, and each grain is exploded to 8 times its normal size. That's why puffed wheat and puffed rice look and taste so different from ordinary cereals. But that's not all. If you could look inside a grain of wheat before and after it's shot from the gun, you'd see how each tiny, hard-to-digest food cell is shattered, so that all the goodness is unlocked. Then it's specially easy to digest, so that you get the trigger-fast food energy much more quickly and easily. And you need lots of that same kind of food energy to be as mentally and physically alert as Dick Tracy is. So join the thousands of happy boys and girls and grown-ups who enjoy a big dish of crisp, delicious puffed wheat or puffed rice every morning. Mother's glad, and so is Dad, to have you remind her of something that tastes so specially good. So look in the pantry, and if there isn't one of those famous red and blue packages there, ask Mother to get you some at the grocer's. The Black Pearl of Osiris, its theft is Dick Tracy's latest case, was found concealed in a bullet which had been fired into the leg of the great detective. Tracy now carries that pearl in his secret compartment ring, which was given to him by Humi Batik, a member of the Osiris cult. Yesterday, Remo, a member of the society trying to get the Black Pearl, lay hidden in the back seat of Tracy's car while he drove to test Trueheart's apartment. Will Remo succeed in his plan to overpower Dick Tracy? The great detective is just stopping outside the apartment house where Tess Trueheart lives.
So, gotta pull up the emergency brake. This is a pretty bad hill. The car should roll it. No, you don't.
You're quick, Tracy, but
There.
I surrender. You have me.
Give me that cord. Silken cord, huh? Who are you working for?
I have nothing to say.
Perhaps you haven't now, but you will later. Can you drive a car?
Yes.
Then get up here and drive this one to headquarters. Remember, I've got a gun on you, so no tricks.
So he wouldn't talk, eh, Dick?
No, Pat. I couldn't get a thing out of him. No sense trying any further either. When a fellow like that makes up his mind not to talk, you can't get a thing out of him.
What I don't understand yet, Dick, is how did you manage to catch him?
I could see him coming, Pat. I reached down to pull the emergency brake, and as I leaned back, Remo came up behind me with a silken noose. I saw him in the glass mirror on the dashboard.
That was lucky.
Lucky? I think it was lucky. Humi Batik would say it was the ring that did it.
Yeah, most likely.
Well, Pat, I'm afraid it's going to take more than luck to win out against the men who are trying to get their hands on this ring and the black pearl that it contains.
Well, after tonight's experience, I can believe that all right. They were willing to kill you to get hold of it.
This black pearl must be worth a small fortune. Hey, pardon me, Pat. Yes?
There's a man to see you, sir.
Who is he? What's he want?
He says he comes from Humi Batik.
Ah, send him in. This must be the fellow we've been waiting for, Pat. The agent from Humi Batik who's to take the black pearl back to Egypt. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. You know who I am?
You're a member of the cult of Osiris, is that so? The cult of the scarab?
Yes, that is true. Batik tells me you have the black pearl. It is that I have come for. May I have it, please?
I can't give you the black pearl just yet.
Ah, why is that? You have it in that ring on your finger, have you not? Batik told you to keep it in that ring.
When I'm protecting something, I do it in my own way, thank you.
But you were given that ring for that purpose?
Perhaps I believed it'd be safer elsewhere.
The black pearl, it is here in your office.
I can have it for you in a little while. If you'd care to come back, let's say tonight about 6 o'clock, I can have it for you then.
You should have kept the pearl in the secret ring of Osiris. There is danger otherwise.
If you will return tonight at 6 o'clock, I'll be glad to turn the black pearl over to you at that time.
Very well, Effendi. I shall return at 6 o'clock. And now, until that time, farewell.
Dick, you didn't tell me you'd put the black pearl somewhere else. I thought you were carrying it in the ring.
Yes, and I am, Pat. The black pearl is in this ring on my finger now. I didn't say it wasn't there. I merely let him think so.
But why didn't you give it to him? He said Batik had sent him.
He was lying. Batik didn't send him.
Lying? How do you know that, Dick?
Because he failed to complete the password. You may remember I used the phrase, the cult of the scarab. He was supposed to answer, no, the cult of Osiris the Great. He didn't, Pat. And so I knew he was a fraud.
Then why'd you let him get away? Why didn't you hold him?
Oh, we're not letting him get away. We're following him right now. I just wanted to give him time to get out of the office. Come on, Pat.
He's getting into that cab.
Yeah, a taxi.
Where to, mister?
Follow that cab up ahead. Keep it a safe distance. I don't want them to know we're following.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't want to get mixed up in no kind of trouble.
I'm Dick Tracy. My badge.
Dick Tracy? Holy smoke. Okay, sir, anything you say.
Not too close, driver. Stay as far behind as you can.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tracy. Traffic's pretty thick, Mr. Tracy.
Well, don't lose that cab, whatever you do.
Nope. She stopped up ahead for a red light. Traffic sure is heavy today. I can just see the top of her.
Don't lose her. Hang on to her.
Don't worry, I won't lose her. Hey, that cab's pulling up to the curb.
Hey, that's funny, Dick.
What is?
Well, this is the ritziest section of town.
Yes, I know. Stop here, driver.
Okay.
Look, Dick. The driver of that other cab is getting out and opening the door of the cab. He looks excited.
Yes, there's something wrong. Come on, Pat. Come on.
Hey, wake up, will you, mister? Wake up. Hey, come on, guy. Hey,
what's
wake
wrong?
up.
What's wrong, driver?
Gee, I don't know. This guy's out like a light.
It's the guy who was in our office, Dick.
Yes, I know. Let me have a look at him, driver.
Okay.
Yep. He's dead, Pat. He's been shot.
Dead? Are you sure, Dick?
You mean to say the guy is dead? Gee, he was talking to me only a minute ago.
What do you make of it, Dick?
Merely confirms my belief, Pat, that we're not dealing with any ordinary gang. Someone very shrewd must be at the head of them. Shrewd enough to anticipate all eventualities.
You mean he knew we might follow this guy?
Apparently. He wasn't taking any chances. He realized the trick might not come off, and so he had this fellow watched. Those who were watching him realized we were following and managed to kill this man. Probably with an air rifle in that traffic jam we passed through not long ago.
Hey, listen, buddy, I ain't going to get in no trouble, am I?
Nothing to worry about, driver. You say this is the address he gave you?
Yeah, this is the address all right there.
Well, in that case, we're all right, Dick. This must be the headquarters of the gang.
I doubt it, Pat. I doubt it very much. He probably gave the wrong address. We'll have a try at it anyway. I'll have every house in this block investigated by the special squad. But I doubt if anything will come of it. I doubt it very much.
Ah, Mr. Tracy, welcome. Welcome to my very poor abode.
Hello, Batik. Well, you won't be in this very poor abode long. The Board of Inquiry is working overtime on your case.
You have been very kind, Mr. Tracy. The blessings of Osiris be upon you.
Thank you, Batik. By the way, you might be interested to know that an agent of the society tried to get the pearl.
Oh, the fiends. They will stop at nothing. I am so glad I gave you that ring. You are carrying the black pearl with you, of course?
Yes, it's right here in this ring.
I would like to see it, if I may.
Oh, certainly. I'll take the top of the ring off and... There.
Osiris be praised. How wonderful to have the black pearl in our possession once again. Oh, Mr. Tracy, how can I thank you? How can I put into words my gratitude?
Don't bother, Batik. I'm only doing what I promised to do. Tell me, when will your agent call on me for the black pearl?
Oh, very soon. He is busy on other matters at the moment. The way must be made clear for carrying the black pearl back to Egypt. When that has been done, he will come to you. Also, he is engaged on another matter, a matter of great importance to the young man, Junior.
Junior?
It is obvious you think highly of that youngster, that you have the highest regard for him.
Oh, that's true enough.
I shall have a surprise for your young friend in a few days, I hope. I am sure he will be very pleased.
Well, you can't tell me about it now, I suppose.
Well...
Don't. I think I can guess. Well, Batik, I must leave you now. Depend on it, the black pearl is safe in my keeping, and I shall guard it carefully.
Farewell, my friend, and many thanks to you for all your kindness.
swell place to eat, Dick. Are we going to have lobster tonight?
Not for you, Junior.
Huh?
Lobster's just a trifle too hard on a young system like yours.
Oh, listen, I'm not a kid anymore, Dick. Well, if you can't have lobster, Junior, Dick and I won't have it either, eh, Dick?
Right. We'll have a couple of chops instead. By the way, Junior, Humi Batik told me he'd have a surprise for you in a few days.
A surprise for me, Dick? Gee, I wonder what it can be.
Well, I dare say you'll find out soon enough.
He's a swell guy. Hope nothing happens to him, Dick.
So do I. I'm going to make it my business to be in court when the trial comes up.
I'm sure you'll be able to help him, won't you, Dick? Nothing came of our search this afternoon, as you know, Dick. We went through every house in that block.
Rather suspected you wouldn't find anything. I was sure that fellow had given the wrong address. Well, let's forget about the Black Pearl and everything else for the next hour and enjoy our dinner. Or can we forget?
What do you mean, Dick?
I mean we're being watched, Pat.
Huh?
4 different tables around us. Certain shady-looking gentry have not taken their eyes off us. Don't look up now.
No, but what do you think we ought to do?
Trying to formulate a plan. They're undoubtedly after the ring and the Black Pearl. We're surrounded, Pat. I can see that now.
Well, we've got to do something, Dick.
I'll say. Get ready for trouble, Pat. We're going to have plenty of it when we try to leave this restaurant.
Surrounded by agents of the man who is trying to gain the Black Pearl for himself, Dick Tracy, Pat, and Junior are in a pretty bad spot. Will they escape? Well, let us hope so. But now it's time for our Dick Tracy Secret Service patrol meeting, which the members of tempting, tasty, nourishing Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice especially invite you to attend. All right, Junior, we're ready.
The meeting will now come to order.
Say, Junior, has Dick Tracy told you what his big surprise is?
No, Mr. Quaker Man. I've tried to guess, but Dick says no to everything I can think of.
Same here, but I know it's something really swell from the way he talks about it.
It's for all the patrol members, too. Boy, I can hardly wait.
Well, you won't have to wait long, Junior. And we ought to be sure that every wide-awake boy and girl joins the patrol before Dick springs his big surprise on Friday.
That's right. And you patrol members ought to make sure that all your friends join, too, so they don't miss all our fun.
Good idea. And be sure to tell them how to join the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol. You remember, you send 2 Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice box tops, or one of each with your name and address, to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Isn't that easy? Then Dick Tracy sends you the secret code book, the patrol pledge, and member's badge, all free.
So if you aren't a member now, send your 2 Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice box tops to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago, right away. Look to see if there's some Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice in the pantry right now. And as soon as your packages are empty, tear off the tops and save them for the big surprise Dick Tracy is planning for you. Remember, it's the top panel that says, 3 wrappings guard its crispness. And that's right. Those famous red and blue packages are triple sealed to keep the tempting, nourishing grains of Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice crisp, plump, and fresh as can be for you. And if you don't see any Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice in the pantry now,
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
On a fine autumn morning in early October, the main thoroughfare of St. Catherine's, Suffolk, was unusually busy. A constant stream of traffic surged forward. Errand boys on bicycles swung in and out among delivery vans, farmers in lorries, businessmen in cars. In the middle of all this confusion sat a large, shining Bentley. It was rather conspicuous, but the occupants didn't appear to worry much. Behind the wheel sat John Steed, bowler at a jaunty angle and a well-manicured hand resting on the steering wheel. Beside him, carefully dressed in a tweed two-piece suit and looking extremely efficient, sat Mrs. Peel. Steed whistled tunelessly.
What a pretty little place.
Can't see much of it from this angle. It's not so little either.
Shall we be staying long?
I hope not.
Oh, be rather nice. I think I'd like a whole weekend here. Put up at one of those country inns. Lots of healthy walks in the rain, evenings spent in front of the open fire. Bed early, reading a harmless novel, that sort of thing. No chance?
No chance.
Then what exactly are we doing here?
Spy catching, Mrs. Peel.
The appointment is for 12 noon. Unless we get out of this darn traffic soon, it'll be too late. Jimmy Merlin is never late. I only wish he were. I only wish he was the late Jimmy Merlin.
Sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I've tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Beautiful Jill St. John knows the value of the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Choose Lux to keep your skin soft and smooth. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel lay a trap, only to fall into it and not realize it until the morning after. John Steed managed eventually to find a suitable parking spot, and with the hands of the parish clock pointing to 11:45, hurried Mrs. Peel along a cobbled street and into a large red brick building. From the various plaques and brass notices outside, it was clear that it housed a number of offices belonging to small business concerns. Steed let himself into an office on the second floor, marked the Poston Trading Company. Judging from the various articles, such as crates of toys, fishing tackle, electrical appliances, and gardening equipment, the Poston Trading Co. dealt in practically everything. Steed placed a small briefcase on a garden bench and moved swiftly to the window.
What a curiously jumbled place for a rendezvous.
No one else is likely to look for us here. It's neutral ground.
It's no ground at all. Not much carpet either. What makes you think that this Jimmy Merlin will turn up? Why are you so sure?
Money. Jimmy Merlin would sell his own aged grandmother if the price were right.
Well, if she's that old, I shouldn't think he'd get many offers.
He'll come. I've baited the trap well enough.
Speaking of bait...
Mrs. Peel removed a large fishing rod with villainous-looking hooks from an easy chair and collapsed into it.
Jimmy Merlin worked for us once, didn't he?
Us, them, they, practically anyone you can name. Whoever's willing to pay his price.
A double agent?
Multi-quadruple would be more accurate. The artiste superior of the double-double-double cross. But this time we've got him. I've waited so long for this meeting, I've got him at last.
If he shows up.
He's showing up.
Steed looked from the window down into the street. Walking on the pavement on the opposite side was a tall, athletic figure, immaculately dressed in a country suit and a green felt hat and walking stick. Without a glance upwards, he crossed at the traffic lights and made his way towards the building.
Jimmy Merlin, all right.
Steed left the window and moved swiftly to the bench where he'd placed his briefcase. Opening it, he removed a revolver and hastily checked it.
Firearms? That's not like you, Steed. Most unusual.
Well, this is a very unusual case. One doesn't take chances with Merlin. Not one. He's as devious, tricky, and cunning as anyone you'll ever meet. And dangerous. Deadly dangerous.
Any particular part that I should play?
Just play it cool and watch him all the time. Don't underestimate him as a killer, and don't be taken in by his particular brand of charm. Shh. This must be him now.
Who's he expecting to meet?
One of them.
To do a deal?
That's right.
What kind of a deal?
The footsteps stopped outside the door. The silhouette of a man appeared against the opaque glass panel. There was a pause and a knock.
No, not a move.
The knock was repeated, and then the silhouette moved away.
He's going away.
From a cash transaction? Never. Shh, look out.
The door crashed open. Merlin hurtled into the room. Steed leapt forward and grabbed him round the neck. Mrs. Peel grasped Merlin's right hand and held on to what she thought was a gun.
I told you he was tricky.
You're going to be disappointed, you know.
Mrs. Peel found herself holding a pipe. She closed the door.
You don't look the smoking type. Hello, Steed. Hardly expected to see you here.
Hello, Merlin. I know what you were expecting, Merlin. See, I arranged the whole thing.
Wow. Did you now? Efficient, and I think you mentioned the word tricky. Well, it has a nice element of surprise. I particularly admire your choice of partner. Fast and quite lovely. Remarkably so. How do you do? Jimmy Merlin is the name.
How do you do? Steve didn't exaggerate about you.
Oh, please, don't believe everything you hear.
About your brand of charm, I mean.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss...
Mrs.
Ah, what a pity. But nowadays, I understand that doesn't matter all that much. Well, Steed, what now?
I refuse to believe that you're not carrying a gun, Merlin, and so...
With a swift series of movements, Steed frisked the man and found...
2 guns. 2-gun Merlin, eh?
Yes. Was brought up on old-fashioned westerns. Care to shoot it out in the main street, Steed?
Too much traffic.
I see. Well, you now have the whole armory. What next?
I'm taking you in, Merlin. And where you're going to stay for a long, long time.
Oh, come now, Steed. On what basis can you possibly...
On the basis that you broke into a secret establishment and stole a capsule containing a newly developed sleeping gas. A knockout gas of extraordinary proportions. You've got the test samples.
Where's your evidence?
You came here expecting to sell that gas capsule. So I imagine you brought the evidence with you. Do you mind putting your hands up? Thank you, Mrs. Peel.
Mrs. Peel moved in on Merlin and began searching his pockets.
Oh. Nothing so far.
So glad to see you haven't lost your touch, Steed. You're relentless and as thorough as ever. I've really got to take my hat off to you.
As he spoke, Jimmy Merlin reached up and removed his green felt hat. In the band of the hat was a glass capsule. Steed jerked his gun up, but too late, the capsule fell to the floor and shattered. A visible amount of gas swirled out.
Oh, no.
Steed lumbered forward to grab Merlin. Merlin jerked away and clapped his hat over his nose and mouth. Steed's eyes began to glaze. He started to sway and fell heavily. Merlin, laughing, muffled under his hat, dashed to the door. He opened it.
No!
But Mrs. Peel made one last desperate lunge. She hit the door, slamming it shut again, and then collapsed in a heap. Merlin grasped the door handle. Mrs. Peel's body was in the way. In using both hands, he was forced to drop his hat. Within seconds, he also succumbed to the fumes of gas, and groaning, fell to the floor.
Oh.
The telephone began to ring. But no one was awake to answer it. John Steed opened his eyes. They refused to focus. He was lying on the floor, that much he knew. He raised himself on one elbow with a great effort, clambered slowly to his feet, and staggered to the window. Hastily, he opened it. Steed breathed deeply a few times, and then turned to look back into the room. Mrs. Peel was curled up in front of the door, fast asleep. She was having a pleasant dream, a half-smile touching her lips. Alongside her was the form of Jimmy Merlin. He also appeared to be enjoying a deep, refreshing sleep. Steed glanced at his watch.
7 o'clock. But it's daylight. It can't be 7 in the evening.
Then he looked at the date panel.
21st. But it was the 20th when it all happened. The 21st? 7 in the morning of the 21st? We've lost nearly a whole day.
Steed moved over to Mrs. Peel and tried to rouse her.
Mrs. Peel! Mrs. Peel! Emma, come on, wake up! Wake up! That's no good. Both out of the wine. Telephone. Operator? Operator? Oh. One thing is certain. I can't go off without Merlin. Now, let's see.
Steed opened his briefcase and removed a pair of handcuffs. He quickly snapped one round Merlin's wrist and the other round his own. Then he proceeded to slap Merlin's face until there was a vague, sleepy response.
Was it? Merlin, we're going to take a little ride.
Right.
You and I.
Doing all right. Want to sleep?
Just a short trip, you and me. I've got you, and you aren't going to get away, so no more tricks.
Sleepy. Well, sleep.
You will, just as soon as I've got you tucked up in a nice, cozy little cell. All by yourself. Now, come on.
With a superhuman effort, Steed managed to drag Merlin to his feet and out of the door. They both stumbled down the flights of stairs and out into the roadway. The street was deserted, but Steed literally had his hands full. He hardly noticed. At length, they got to Steed's car.
Now, come on. Come on, here we are.
What the devil's all this about, Steve? Where are we going?
I told you. Surely you haven't forgotten already.
Still half asleep. Oh, yes, the capsule, I remember.
Well, just relax. If you're at all interested, you've slept since noon yesterday, and it's now 7 o'clock the next morning. Right, here. Get in and shift over to the far seat.
Right. Aye. See, we're joined together in something other than matrimony. These handcuffs really necessary, Steve?
In my opinion, yes. You're too canny to be left alone.
Speaking of being left alone, are you aware, Steve, that there's no one else in this market town of St. Catherine's? The place is quite deserted. Listen.
You're right. Not even the sound of traffic.
Something's happened, Steed. It's not me being canny. The whole thing's quite the reverse. It's very uncanny, indeed.
And with one last lurch, Sam Lacey finishes washing his dog in just 17 minutes, 45 seconds. Well done, Sam. Play any other sports?
I lift a pint of beer now and then.
You look very fresh, Sam. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water Omo, and sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Don't. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do it again. Please, I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left if you do. Please.
Another Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of Shadow of a Mind. See that man working there in his laboratory? That's Dr. William Richter. He's brilliant. He works hard at his research because he believes he can do more for posterity through research than he could had he continued his regular practice as a surgeon, a brain surgeon. It's good that a doctor can retire from his practice and have a laboratory all his own, with all expenses paid, where he may carry on his experiments. Good also that he can afford an assistant.
Ernest? Ernest?
Yes, Doctor.
Come here, will you? Think there's something here you should see?
Certainly, Doctor. Yes, Doctor? What is it?
This piece of tissue. I've just taken it out of the solution.
Oh, yes, that's the tissue from the monkey's brain.
Yes?
Seems to be alive still.
Yes, the solution has kept it in perfect condition, at least to all outward appearances.
Of course, we can't really tell until it's tried along with undisturbed tissue.
That's right. That's just what we're going to do.
Today? You're going to try it today?
Yes. Remember the little chimpanzee we brought in last week?
Yes.
Prepare him, will you? We'll try the experiment at once.
Oh, it will be wonderful if it works. Wonderful for humanity, I mean.
Well, that's why I'm doing this work, Ernest. Because of the great benefit it will be to mankind if I can find a way to keep tissue living when completely severed from a body.
And then replace it. That will be wonderful.
I don't mind telling you, Ernest, that if this experiment is successful, we will have gone a long way toward proving the feasibility of tissue transplantation. Then there will remain only to try it with larger sections of tissue. Who knows? Perhaps sometime, due to our experiments, man will be able to perform this operation on complete sections of the human brain.
It's a great work you're doing, Doctor.
Yes. Now, prepare the animal, will you?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, a great work, Doctor. Such a benefit to mankind. And such a benefit to you if it's a success, and to those whom you love.
Come in. Oh, Elaine. Hello, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, Father, but I've wonderful news. Terribly important news.
Wait a minute. Don't you think you should give me an opportunity to at least say good afternoon to your young man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
How do you do, sir? Hello, John. And now, Elaine, what is this news that is so vital?
Well, it's about John and me. That's why I brought John along. We're going to be married.
We came to ask your permission, sir.
You are in love?
Oh, yes, Father.
Very much, sir.
Oh, at least that's what you think now.
But, Father...
Oh, I know. Love hits you hard when you're young. I just want you to be sure, my dear. You see, this comes as rather a surprise to me.
A surprise?
Yes, a surprise, and I might say a slight disappointment.
Disappointment?
Yes, I'd hoped you'd finish your school and then come here to help me.
Oh, I know how you feel about your work, Father. I know how important it is to you. It's important to me, too. I want you to continue it, but, well, I don't want to give up love simply to assist you. Don't you see, it's your work, not mine. Marriage is what I want.
Yes. How soon do you wish to marry?
As soon as possible, sir.
Then I can only tell you that I advise strongly against it. As you know, Elaine, I cannot order you not to marry this man.
No, Father, you've been wonderful to me. I want to repay your kindness. And I think I can do so better if I'm leading a happy, normal life.
I hope you're right, Elaine. I can still only advise against this marriage. If you do it, you will do so against my will and judgment.
The specimen is ready, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Ernest. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm in the midst of a rather important experiment.
Just a moment, Father. If there's something about John to which you object, I think it's only fair that you should tell us now.
Oh, my objection has nothing to do with John. I admire him. I've always considered him a brilliant young man.
Thank you, sir.
If I wished you to marry anyone at this time, I should as soon it were John as anyone else.
Then why? What is it, Father?
It is simply my wish that you do not marry at this time. You see, my dear, I'm not young, and the thought of losing you perhaps makes me slightly selfish about you. I only ask that you consider my request. I do not demand that you obey it. Oh, I'm talking too much. I must go. Think it over. Carefully.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I had no idea he'd behave this way about it. I thought he'd be glad. He's always been so nice to me. I thought, of course, he'd be happy to see me married.
Well, he didn't seem much concerned over your happiness. He seemed more interested in the effect your marriage was going to have on him or his works.
But if I were happy, you'd think he would be. I don't see how marrying you could have any adverse effect on him.
I wonder.
Several days have passed during which John has thought about it, wondered why the doctor doesn't want his daughter to marry, thought and searched for a reason, and he's found that reason. But he hasn't told Elaine. Not until he has another talk with the doctor privately. John and Elaine are driving along the twisting highway to her home.
Why on earth did your father ever have his laboratory in such an out-of-the-way place?
Oh, he works a lot with animals. They might disturb people if he had close neighbors.
Yes, I suppose so. Looks as though he might have picked a straighter road.
Johnny, why are you so certain that you can convince Father our marriage is the right thing?
Well, the only reason he objected was because of what it might do to him. I know what that was. And I can assure him that the result of our marriage won't be what he feared.
But why won't you tell me?
Oh, no, darling, don't you worry about that. Here, give me a kiss.
Oh, Johnny, Johnny, look out! The bridge! Look out, we're going over!
You were careless, John. You needn't have had that wreck if you'd been watching. Even in your haste to settle things with the doctor, you should have been more careful. More careful with the life of the woman you loved. Now her father works feverishly trying to bring her to.
Will she? Quiet. Looks pretty bad. I'm afraid it's a concussion.
Yes, but will she?
I suppose you are satisfied now. Should have forbidden her seeing you rather than suggesting it would be better for her not to marry you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have had her hurt for the world.
Then why did you insist on going out?
I love her.
Oh.
I do love her. And I hope she loves me. If she's still willing, I'm going to marry her just as soon as she's able.
Well, looks as though it will be some time before she's even able to discuss such a matter.
But she will be all right, won't she? I mean later. You'll do all you can now, won't you?
She's my daughter. I shall do anything in my power to help her. However, I shall undertake it because I want her to get well, not because you do.
Oh, I know how you feel about me. I came here to tell you that our marriage would make no difference in your plans. But that's not important now. The only thing of importance is her recovery. I want you to know if there's anything I can do, you can count on me.
What you can do probably will not be much. However, we shall see.
Not much you could do, John. If you'd only realized then just how much you would do, maybe you wouldn't have been so anxious. It hasn't been pleasant, though, has it, all these days of waiting while Elaine came out of her coma and then lapsed back in again. And when the doctor operated on her, that was hard on you, too. These short visits you've been allowed with her. Does it seem strange that the doctor won't let you stay too long in the room with her?
You will have to leave now, John. Remember, I told you could only have a few minutes.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll come again soon, Elaine. And don't you worry. Everything will be all right.
Goodbye, John. I hope you can come again soon.
What does he mean everything would be all right?
Oh, just about us.
Well, what does he know about it? What does he know about your condition?
He thinks as I do that I'll soon be well.
Oh, does he?
Yes. Won't I?
We shall see. What else did he tell you?
That he loved me enough to give up anything in the world for me.
Are you still as much in love with him as you were?
Oh, yes, Father. More so.
Then I want you to tell him that you will marry him.
Oh, Father, you... Oh, Father, I knew you'd see. I knew you'd want me to be happy. I knew you'd see what was best.
Yes, I do see what's best. Probably better than you.
Well, what do you mean?
Elaine, you know how much you've always meant to me.
Yes, you've always been very good to me, Father.
Then believe me when I tell you I know what's best for you. Tell John you will marry him right away.
But why so soon?
Because it is important.
But your attitude has changed, so... Have you grown to like him?
Oh, I've scarcely seen him.
But then what's the reason for this sudden reversal of your feelings?
I was looking at it before from the standpoint of an ordinary marriage with the average benefits and drawbacks. But now, my dear, we must look at it differently.
I don't understand.
This will be no ordinary marriage, Elaine. It will be a marriage in which you alone will benefit.
I don't understand.
Oh, my dear, I would rather do anything in the world than to tell you what I have to, but your accident, well, it left... Well, you're just not improving satisfactorily.
What do you mean?
A growth has started where I removed that clot. I've got to operate again, and I cannot say how successful I'll be.
You mean you're afraid it won't be a success? And that's why you want me to marry John?
Yes, because I know what may happen if it isn't. And I want you to have all the things you want while you have the chance.
But that wouldn't be fair to him.
He's always said he would give up everything. Well, now he will have the chance.
Oh, no. I won't do it that way. I wanted to marry him because I thought we'd have a happy life together. I don't want him to do all the giving.
You've got to, Elaine.
No.
But you are going to need him, Elaine. Need him more than you can possibly imagine. And so that is the way things are, John. She told me how much you love her, and now's your chance to prove it.
Oh, Elaine, the poor girl. It's awful.
Oh, there's not a thing I can do except try and prolong the final outcome. She may go on for years this way, but someday she will crack and her mind will become a complete blank. She's going to need somebody then. Somebody that loves her as much as you say you do.
Oh, there's no question about that. Of course I love her.
And you will still marry her after what I've told you?
Well, yes, of course. That can't make me love her any less.
Then you will try and convince her that it is best that she marry you.
Yes, I will. Because, you see, regardless of what you think, I do think it's best. I always have.
I think so, too. Now.
But don't you see, darling, this can't make any difference in my love for you. Simply that you've got to undergo another operation.
Yes, but Father said he couldn't be certain how it would turn out.
I think he's pretty certain.
He told you then?
Yes.
And it doesn't really make any difference.
Except that I've waited longer. And now I love you more.
Oh, John.
So please, darling, say you'll marry me.
You still think it's wise?
Yes, I know it is.
All right, John. I'll marry you.
When? How soon?
Any time you say, John.
It's good to know that someone loves you enough to marry you even when you're ill, isn't it, Elaine? Only you don't know what John knows. You think you have a chance, but John knows better. The doctor told him. He loves you enough to give up anything, though. Yet he doesn't suspect what he's going to be called upon to do, and neither do you, Elaine. Neither do you. But the doctor knows. He knows what sacrifices both he and John must make for you.
Oh, Doctor? Doctor, can I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, of course. What do you want?
It's about Elaine. She seems to be getting worse. She's been in a coma every time I've seen her in the last several days.
Yes?
Is she really worse? Do you know what's causing the comas?
I do.
Well, isn't there something you can do, some way to stop them?
I have something in mind. I shall have the opportunity to try it soon.
And you think you can?
We can only hope. Oh, by the way, I may need your help in the morning. I suggest you get a good night's rest.
Well, are you going in to see her now?
Yes.
Then may I go in with you?
You're very nervous tonight. I don't think your presence would be good for her. Besides, I want you to rest. We have quite a task ahead of us in the morning.
Oh, yes, but...
I suggest you go to your room now. Oh, here. In this envelope are some sleeping powders. Be sure you take them. You'll need a good night's rest.
Yes, but Elaine,
If you will cooperate, I think I can assure you that Elaine will improve rather rapidly from now on. Now, please do as I say.
Well, all right, then. And good night. And please let me know in the morning.
I shall. Elaine? Elaine, dear, are you awake? Elaine?
Oh, Father.
Wake up, Elaine.
I didn't realize I'd been asleep.
Didn't you?
No, I don't feel as though I'd been asleep exactly.
Oh, don't worry about that. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Please, my dear, don't let this upset you too much, but I'm afraid we have to operate again.
Oh.
That is our only way out, otherwise you'll lose your mind.
My mind? Oh, Father.
Easy, Elaine. I told you there's a way out.
Way out?
Yes, you see, I have known for a long time this was going to be necessary. The growth has started again, and it's spreading. And wherever it's spread, that part of your brain is dead. So I must remove that part.
But I must trust you, Father. I know if any surgeon can do it, you can.
I can remove it, I am certain of that. The question is in what condition it will leave you.
What do you mean?
Well, it's too large a part of your brain to leave you, well, entirely the same. It's the part that controls your will. We can't just remove it and leave you that way.
But how?
That is where John and his willingness to sacrifice for you comes in.
I don't understand.
I'm going to perform the same operation on John.
But there's nothing wrong with John's brain.
No?
He has a brilliant mind.
I know. That's why we chose him.
We chose him? I don't understand.
I told you once that you were going to need somebody that really loved you. Somebody willing to give up everything for you.
And that's why you wanted me to marry him.
Yes. You see, it was the only way to save my little girl. He seemed like a very intelligent young man. That was important because, you see, I didn't want just anybody's brain taking the place of that part of yours which I shall remove.
You mean you're going to...
Yes.
Oh, Father, listen to me. I love John. You can't do this thing to him. Oh, let me die. I don't want to live if it means this. Please, Father, listen to me.
I'm probably the only brain surgeon in the world who can do it, and I've prepared well. Everything is ready, including John.
Father, please.
Oh, you mustn't become overwrought, Elaine. Here, I'll just give you this hypodermic. There, and it will quiet you.
Oh, but Father...
Don't you see, my dear, if I succeed in this, it will be just like handing back life to the little girl whom I love.
But if you fail... If you fail, Father...
There's no reason why you should fear any ill effects.
But, John...
I'm perfectly confident that the operation will be a success from John's standpoint as well. But even if I do fail, it will be better than letting you live on without a mind.
Father, you can't do this. You're mad. That's it. You're mad. Father, you're mad. You couldn't dream of such a thing if you weren't.
I not only can dream of it, I'm going to do it. And when it is over, you'll be glad you had a father who was willing to do this for you.
Father...
Quiet, Elaine. Soon the medicine will take effect and you'll be unconscious. And when you waken, a part of John's brain will have taken the place of that part of yours that's diseased.
The operation was a success, a complete success for Elaine. A fine piece of surgery, Doctor. You must feel highly pleased with your ability. A pity this operation can't become a contribution to surgical science. But I doubt that you'd want the world to know. And you, Elaine, you look so different since you've been up and around. Your will seems so strong. And your attitude toward John. What's happened to your love for him?
Elaine, what are you getting ready to do?
I'm going out.
You're going out again?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, I thought maybe you'd stay with me tonight. You were out last night. It's awfully lonesome just sitting here in this room. Never getting out, never seeing anyone.
You're in no condition to see anyone.
But I'd like to see you, Elaine. When you stay home, I like to see you.
Well, I'm not staying home. I'm not sitting around here spending another dull evening with you.
Suppose I am dull. I can't think. I had something I wanted to tell you. I remembered it this afternoon, something I intended doing before we were married. But, I can't remember what it was.
Oh, you can't remember anything. All you can do is sit around and whine.
Oh, why do you talk to me like that, Elaine? You used to love me. I remember you said you loved me once. And I love you, Elaine. I've always loved you. What have I done to make you stop loving me?
Don't you know?
Well, it seems like there was something. Something I did that concerns you, but I don't just remember what it was.
You really don't remember, do you?
No.
I wonder if you ever really knew.
You're very smug about it, Elaine. Is that a normal way to treat a man who gave up so much for you? Oh, but you're not entirely normal anymore, are you? Maybe that's because you're no longer completely Elaine. You have parts of two minds, yours and John's, his will. You couldn't be expected to have completely normal reactions. No, not with two minds.
Elaine, may I come in?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Not at all. What do you want, Father?
Elaine, I hardly know how to say this, but I've got bad news for you. About your trouble. Those X-ray pictures we took, they show a return of the growth. We didn't get it all last time.
Is it bad?
Well, it's very small now. If we get it soon enough, we should be safe.
Then you're going to have to operate again.
Yes, if we're to save your mind.
And what about Elaine? What's going to happen to her?
What did you say?
I said... Funny, I don't remember what I said.
Never mind. Do you think John will be agreeable?
Oh, he's agreeable to anything I want. He doesn't seem to do anything of his own volition. Just what I wish him to do.
Then you had better tell him.
All right. John, John, come in here.
He's been a very good husband for you, Elaine.
Yes, hasn't he? Not as husbands go, perhaps, but...
You tell me to come in here, Elaine?
Yes.
Well,
John, do you still love me?
Oh, you know I love you. I always have.
Then you can do something more for me.
Oh, well, that's good. What can I do for you, man?
The same thing. Again.
The same thing? Well, I don't remember. Oh, no. No, I didn't do anything for you. You did something to me. Don't do it again. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do. I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left.
Oh, yes, there will. There will be me. And you love me. Remember, John?
Another good job, Doctor. Another great piece of surgery. No one else could have done it. The first time, taking just the part of John's brain which controlled his will, giving that to Elaine and making her will so strong she cared nothing for anyone but herself, and leaving John so that he'd resist no more. That was well done. And this time, just a little bit more. Only this time you made a mistake, Doctor. This time you took too much of John's brain. This time you took the part that remembers. You took too much, Doctor, and now John is dead. You've given his will to Elaine, and now his memory. And the part of John's mind that remembers also hates Doctor.
Come in.
Oh, Elaine, my dear. Come in, my child. Well, I didn't expect you so late. Elaine, what are you doing with that gun?
I have something to settle with you, Doctor.
Why, I don't understand. You have never called me doctor before, Elaine.
It is not Elaine you're dealing with, Doctor.
What do you mean?
This is John. You killed my body, but you put my mind in this body. My will and my memory. This body is Elaine's, but these thoughts are John's.
That is impossible.
Not for you, Doctor, not for the great brain surgeon. Well, this time you've gone too far, you and Elaine. You took my mind, only you took too much of it. And now it is no longer Elaine. It is I, John, who controls the actions of this body. And the mind of John hates you for what you did.
I only did it to save my little girl.
But had you not objected to the marriage in the first place, nothing would ever have happened.
What do you mean?
I remember now. Now John's thoughts remember what it was he found out about your objection to the marriage. That's what we were coming to tell you when we had the accident. John found out about your wife's will.
What?
The money that made it possible for you to continue your work would all go to Elaine when she married.
Oh, but...
You didn't want that, did you, Doctor? Because you weren't her real father.
But I've always loved you as a real father. I've done everything for you.
Excuse me, Doctor. For Elaine. You forget you're dealing with the memory of John. And with his will and his memory in this body, you can see why it's perfectly natural to kill you.
Wait. Now listen to me. For a long time, I've known that something went wrong, and I didn't intend it that way, but I have prepared for it. I have a signal bell connected with this room to the laboratory. Ernest has been instructed to come here immediately upon hearing it. Well, I've just rung it. He'll be here in a second. You wouldn't dare to kill me because you'd be convicted as a murderer.
How many times do you think a man can be afraid of death, Doctor?
Oh?
Remember, you've been through the process of killing my body for a long time now. I shall be easier on you. I shall kill you quickly now with this gun.
What is it?
That gun, stop her.
Good heavens. Stand back, Ernest. I have no desire to harm you. He's the only one my memory hates. The only one my will says to kill.
You killed your father.
No, Ernest, I didn't.
But I saw. I stood here and watched you kill him.
Yes, but Elaine didn't pull that trigger, and he was not my father.
I'll call the police.
Stop. Stand over there in that corner. Now throw me the keys to the car. That's it. Now stay here. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
And so you've settled scores, haven't you, John? Your mind, together with Elaine's body, have made him pay for his greed. But where are you going? It's really over. Why do you hurry so? Why do you drive so fast? Do you know where you're going? Remember, this is a crooked road, and that bridge ahead, that's where it all started, remember? The wheel. Is something pulling on it? Pulling it off to the left? Pulling harder than you can pull? What could have a hold of it? You're alone. But something is pulling the wheel around, isn't it? Pulling it until... That's really the best way. They couldn't go on with John's mind and thoughts in Elaine's body. And now they're all dead. John, William, and Elaine. John, the innocent victim. Elaine, the guilty accomplice. And William, the great brain surgeon who tried so hard to save Elaine. You think so? Well, what neither of them knew was that there was never anything wrong with Elaine's brain in the first place. Her comas were induced by medicines administered by William in his efforts to convince them that something was wrong with her. Because that way, he'd have a reason for attempting his fiendish experiment in brain surgery. He was a good surgeon. He was too good. But he didn't think his transplantation of brain tissue might also carry with it the will and memory. And when a will as strong as John's combines with the memories he had, well, you could hardly blame him for killing the doctor, could you?
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by Dwight Hauser and directed by J. Donald Wilson. The Whistler originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow starts today's adventure, time out for a little memory test. How many of you remember this old rhyme? The north wind doth blow, and we shall have snow. And what will you householders do then? Well, if you're wise, you'll be prepared for that emergency with a bin filled with blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, radiant warmth that's not to be sneezed at. Yes, there's less chance of head colds and chest colds alike when your home is healthfully, evenly heated with blue coal. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. He'll show you the easy, economical way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Chess Club Murder. Shrevey, will you drop me off at the Black Rook Chess Club and then drive Miss Lane home?
Chess Club, Miss Lane, home. Oh, sure, Miss Cranston.
Well, why the hurry to get to this club, Lamont?
I'm due there right now for a director's meeting, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, that's the dullest thing I've ever heard of. A director's meeting at a chess club.
Well, nothing dull about it. You Tracy, there's quite a feud going on down there. May split the club wide open.
Oh, it sounds momentous. The trouble, dear, did someone try to change the color of the squares?
All right. Have your fun.
Well, what else could a chess club feud be about?
Well, it's a long story, Margot.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, hey.
Yeah, Shrevey?
Can you see that there new sign on the Evening Star building? Look at it. All the late news is spelled out by them moving electric lights.
Yes, I've seen it, Shrevey.
Yeah. Ain't science fantastical, huh?
It certainly is. Oh, by the way, Margot, that innovation is the work of Raymond Packer, the publisher of the Star.
Oh.
He's one of my opponents in the chess club feud. He's the leader of the faction that wants to have...
Look.
Huh?
That sign is spelling out something about the chess club.
What? Why, so it is. Slow down, Shrevey.
Yes, sir.
Judge Harold Walker, president of the Black Rook Chess Club, was just this minute found in the library of the club, murdered. Shrevey, take me to the chess club at once.
Lamont, will you tell me why such an exclusive club is quartered in that dilapidated building?
Well, the founder started the club way down here by the waterfront years ago when they and their careers were younger.
Well, why haven't they ever moved?
For sentimental reasons. That's one of the currents of friction that started the feud. The younger element wants a new, modern clubhouse.
Oh, I don't blame them.
In here, Margot.
All right.
Well, I guess the elevator's upstairs. Have to ring for it.
Is that little wire cage an elevator shaft?
Yes?
It looks like one of those cash carriers they used to have in department stores.
All right. Here he comes.
Who runs it? Diamond Jim Brady?
No, Margot. And Lillian Russell is not our hat check girl.
Where's that dog?
Probably in the elevator. It belongs to old Andy, the operator.
Evening, Mr. Cranston.
Evening, Andy. Hello there, Blackie.
Blackie, quiet. It's all right, man. He won't harm you.
Well, I
He's just not very friendly with strangers, Margot.
I suppose you've heard about what happened, Mr. Cranston.
Yes, I have, Andy. Is Commissioner Western upstairs?
No, sir. The police haven't arrived yet. You see, the body was just found a few minutes ago.
But how did the news get out? We read a bulletin reporting the murder on that new sign on the Star building.
Aye. That was Mr. Packer's work, man.
Well, how did Raymond Packer get the news out so fast?
From his office upstairs in the club. He has a newfangled machine there that sends news right onto that sign.
Oh, I see. Go ahead into the elevator, Margot.
Quiet, Blackie.
Oh, Andy, do they know who killed the judge?
No, sir. And I don't think they ever will.
Well, why do you say that?
There are many who hated Judge Walker, and many like me who are glad that he's dead.
Well, I wouldn't talk that way to the police if I were you, Andy. They might misunderstand.
They can't pin anything on me. Watch your step, Mr. Cranston.
What do you mean, Andy?
I mean getting out of the elevator.
Cranston! Oh, hello, Packer. You know Miss Lane?
Oh, yes. How are you?
How do you do?
Where's the body?
In the library. Dr. Latham, the medical examiner, was in the club when the judge was found dead. He's in there with him now.
Who discovered the murder?
Robert Dowd. He found the judge seated in his usual chair. A bullet had pierced his temple. Obviously, the killer used a silencer.
Oh. Have you seen the corpse?
Why, sure. I even took pictures.
That was very ethical.
Now, listen, Cranston, as owner of the Star Bulletin, I'm a newspaper man first, last, and always. Even though this is my club, my work is my first consideration.
Where's Robert Dowd now?
In my office. Say, you haven't seen my new setup here, have you?
You mean this news machine of yours?
Yes. Come on, here, take a look at it. Have you met Robert Dowd, Miss Lane?
No, how do you do?
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Dowd.
How do you do, Mr. Cranston? Yeah, now take a look at this setup. A wire service from all the leading news agencies, a stock ticker, and my pride and joy, the news machines.
Well, it looks like a large typewriter.
Well, that's the baby I scooped the town with on the murder story. I typed it directly onto the news belt that encircles my building.
Remarkable. Mr. Dowd, I understand you discovered Judge Walker's body.
Yes, that's right.
Do you know when he was last seen alive?
Yes, about an hour ago. We've been playing chess with John Lord.
Oh, I see. Is Lord still in the club?
I believe he is.
He's not only in the club, but tomorrow morning he's going to be on the front page of my newspaper as well. Listen to my story for the morning edition. I just dictated it into this machine. According to a statement made last night by Commissioner Weston, John Lord, who was the last person to see Judge Walker alive, will be held for questioning by the police.
Yes. Well, there you are.
Packer, you can't print a story like that.
Why not, Mr. Dowd?
It's unfair. The commissioner hasn't even arrived here yet.
Why, everyone in this club knows that Judge Walker and John Lord cordially hated each other, even though they still met over chessboard.
Does that justify your printing an accusation like that?
It's news, isn't it?
Packer, are you going to crucify an old man just for an exclusive story?
Listen, I'm convinced that John Lord knows all about Judge Walker's death.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Dr. Latham. Have you finished examining Judge Walker?
Yes. Packer, what were you just saying about John Lord?
I believe, Dr. Latham, that he's implicated in Judge Walker's death.
But I'm afraid you're wrong.
What do you mean, Doctor?
John Lord was just found dead, stabbed through the heart.
Well, that was a highly informative session, Lamont.
Yes.
2 men murdered, and any one of 50 club members could have committed the crime.
Make that 51, Margot.
Why? What do you mean?
Old Andy, the elevator man, is eligible for that list.
Well, Lamont, do you seriously suspect old Andy of being the murderer?
I can't answer that, Margot, until later on this evening.
What's going to happen then?
I'm planning to pay a call on the old man. I shall visit him as the Shadow.
Lucky. What's the matter, boy? What is it? Why are you growling? Be quiet, Blackie. What was that? Who laughed?
I think you've heard of me, old man.
Who's speaking? I can't see anyone.
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? The man who's invisible?
That's right.
What are you doing here? Why have you come to see me?
I'm seeking information. Information about the men who were murdered in the club upstairs.
Why have you come to me?
Because I believe that you were implicated in the crime.
No, that's not true.
You didn't like Judge Walker, did you?
No, I didn't. Judge Walker tried many times to have me discharged from my job. It was always bothering me. Yes. I'd willingly have killed him if I'd had the nerve. But I didn't do it.
You think the police would believe that story?
No. I guess not. But if I were the murderer, do you think I'd have taken John Lord's life too? He was a fine man. A friend of mine.
There's no way of proving that friendship now.
Look, Mr. Shadow, if you'll only believe me, perhaps I can be of help.
How?
You've heard the expression, dead men tell no tales.
Yes?
Well, dead men do tell tales, Mr. Shadow. There's something in Judge Walker's past that proves this saying.
What do you mean?
I can't tell anymore. It's up to you to learn the answer.
See here, old man. If you're talking in riddles just to divert suspicion from yourself, you're making a great mistake. I'm warning you right now. In due time, the murderer of Judge Walker and John Lord will be brought to justice by the Shadow.
More from the Shadow in just a moment. But first, remember the old saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, nowadays, there's a new saying. The blue coal way keeps the doctor away. And that's not the least bit surprising either. For blue coal is America's finest hard coal, specially prepared for low-cost, convenient home heating. It distributes a steady flow of uniform, healthful heat from cellar to attic. Yes, an even-burning, long-lasting blue coal fire in your furnace is your best safeguard against winter colds caused by drafty floors and chilly, underheated rooms. So keep the doctor away the blue coal way. And when you phone in your order, be sure to ask your dealer about a blue coal heat regulator. He'll be happy to give you a free demonstration of this efficient, modern thermostat that opens and closes dampers automatically and saves you money by saving fuel. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. Consider health, economy, and comfort Phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. And now, we return to our drama.
We'll stay in the shadow of this hedge until we reach the house, Margot.
Is there anyone living here now, Lamont?
I don't believe so. Judge Walker had no family. He lived here alone.
What if there's a watchman?
We'll chance that.
What is it you're looking for here, Lamont?
I haven't the slightest idea, Margot. This whole thing may be a wild goose chase.
Then we're here because old Andy remarked that you should look for something in Judge Walker's past.
Exactly. And that's quite an assignment, believe me.
Well, Lamont, do you know anything about the house?
Well, yes, I've been here several times. I'm looking for the judge's study. That's where he kept all his private papers.
But if you don't...
Shh, quiet, Margot.
What's wrong?
Look, inside the room. There's someone there. See the beams of a flashlight?
Yes.
You'd better wait out here, Margot. I'm going inside and confront our fellow marauder as the Shadow.
Yes, this is it. Who's that? Who put on those lights?
I did, Mr. Packer.
Oh, where are you? I don't see any. Oh, I believe I know who is here. It's the Shadow, isn't it?
That's correct, Mr. Packer.
I had a hunch you'd bust in on this case.
Just what are you holding behind your back, Packer?
Why, it's just a book, that's all.
A book? May I see it, please?
Why? What interest would you have in it?
The same interest that you have, Packer. I believe that we came here seeking the same objective. And that objective can only be that book. Why is it so precious to you?
It's just a book that I've wanted to read.
So you came here in the middle of the night to the house of a murdered man to borrow it. Is that it?
Yes. That's my story. Can you think of a better one?
A much better one. One that implicates you in the murders of Judge Walker and John Lord.
Oh, no. You're shooting in the dark now, Shadow.
Then how else can you explain your presence here?
Line of duty. I'm a newspaperman, you know.
Yes, and I also know that you'd stop at nothing to manufacture a good story, even murder.
You'd have a tough job proving that.
Yes, but perhaps possessing that book would help.
Now, wait a minute. You can't have that.
Ah, but I do have it, Mr. Packer, and I intend to keep it.
I see. You think you're pretty clever, don't you, Shadow? Well, let me put you straight on one thing.
What's that?
I didn't kill Judge Walker, or John Lord either. But I'm going to beat you at your own game. I'm going to discover their murderer before you do, and when I do, I'll tell my readers just who I outwitted to get the story. Yes. Good night, Mr. Shadow.
You'll have to work fast, Packer, very fast.
Margot, are you out there?
Yes, what is it, Lamont?
I think I've discovered our clue.
What is it?
This book. I'll hand it down to you.
All right. Murder on a Bet by Harold Walker.
That's Judge Walker, Margot. He wrote this book many years ago.
What is it about?
A mystery novel, I suppose. There's no tying it in with the judge's death until we read its contents. One thing, though, old Andy may have been telling the truth when he said, dead men do tell tales. Andy, is Mr. Packer in his office?
Aye, he's busy working. Here we are.
Thank you, Andy.
Good evening, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Latham.
Looking for a game?
No, thanks. I'm here to see Raymond Packer.
Oh, he's in his office. I heard him talking into the dictaphone a while back.
Oh? Anything turn up on the murders, Doctor? Has the commissioner discovered any clues?
No, I'm afraid not. You know, as medical examiner, I've been on many murder cases, and usually the killer makes one mistake that gives him away. This chap seems to evolve the perfect crime.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to see Packer. Sounds like Packer's still hard at work. Perhaps I better... Listen, Dr. Latham. Isn't he repeating the same phrase over and over?
Yes, sounds that way.
That isn't Packer at all. It's his dictaphone machine.
What can be wrong?
I don't know, but I think we should find out. Packer! Good heavens.
Slumped over the desk.
Packer! Packer!
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Cranston.
Yes, a stab wound through the heart, the same way John Lord was killed.
And no sign of the killer's weapon.
Wait, Dr. Latham. I have an idea. That machine, that dictaphone, he must have been speaking into it just before he died.
Yes.
Let's play the record back. It may contain a clue.
You're right.
Here, now let's see. I wonder... Here's a cut right here.
Well, the police have been fruitlessly combing the town for the perpetrator of the double murder at the chess club. Your editor has uncovered a clue that should lead to the solving of the crime. Here it is. I advise the police to learn the nature of the bet between Robert Dowd and... The bet between Robert Dowd and...
I wonder who the other person was. The one he was about to mention.
Yes.
I have a feeling, Dr. Latham, that the unnamed person is the murderer.
How about Robert Dowd?
He's mixed up in it, too. I think it would be worth paying a call on him at once.
Yes, go ahead. I'll notify Weston. Good luck, Cranston.
Is Mr. Robert Dowd in his apartment, please?
I'll ring and find out. Oh, I just remembered. Of course he's in. Another caller just left there.
Oh, well, thank you.
Careful of your glass, Mr. Dowd.
Who's there? I see no one. Who are you?
I believe you might know me as the Shadow.
The Shadow. Yes. Yes, I know you. At least by reputation.
Then you know that I'm here to learn about the double murder at the chess club.
Why do you visit me?
Because you have been a party to those murders.
You're crazy.
Perhaps I should remind you of a certain bet that you made. Does that refresh your memory? Does it?
No.
A bet that employed human lives as its stake? I have proof of this cold-blooded wager, Mr. Dowd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. You've been warned to remain silent. Perhaps by the caller who was just here.
I had no caller.
You're lying. Those 2 drinks on your desk. Your visitor's cigarette is still smoldering. This visitor was the man you made the wager with, wasn't he?
I'm not going to say a thing.
I'd advise you to change your mind on that score. Because you yourself may be the next victim.
You're just guessing. You don't know what you're saying.
I'll prove to you that I do. You made a bet with this person that he couldn't get away with murder. This plan of murder that your friend followed was taken from a book that was written years ago by Judge Walker. A book called Murder on a Bet. So far, he's followed the storyline exactly. You didn't know this, did you?
No.
Well, for your information, Robert Dowd, the next chapter in this bloody volume is one not yet reenacted. But it deals with the killing of the man who wagered with the murderer. Now, will you admit that you made this bet?
Yes. Yes, I did make it. But when I made it, I never thought that you were serious. I thought it was a joke. Believe me, Then when the killing was started, I was afraid to tell the police. I was afraid that I would be...
Down. What's the matter?
My breath. I can't get my breath.
That drink of yours. Something's been put into it.
Yes, that must be it.
Your caller did that to silence you, Mr. Dowd, just as I said he would.
I can't breathe.
Who was this caller, Dowd? Tell me who the murderer is.
All right. He?
Yes? Dowd. He's dead.
Come on, Margot. Just one more flight to the chess club.
I wonder why Andy didn't answer the elevator buzzer.
That's what I want to find out.
Do you suppose another chapter in the book has been played?
I hope not. Here we are. All right. Come on in, Margot.
I want the lights are out.
Yes. Andy, where are you? Andy, why don't you... Margot, what happened?
I don't know. Say, what's that?
Someone's just thrown a very bright light in our eyes.
But who's holding the flashlight?
I can't see beyond the beam of light. Oh, wait a minute, Margot. There's a hand reaching out into the light.
Yes. It's holding out a piece of paper.
Well, I believe we're supposed to take it. Is that right? Is this a message for us to read?
He doesn't want to play with us, Lamont.
No. But he's obligingly putting it in my lap. What? Listen to this, Margot. Your captor, who is covering you both with a revolver, prefers to remain unknown for the present. Watch this paper carefully. It is chemically treated. In just a moment, it will burst into flames.
Lamont, that's like the paper they drop from warplanes to cause incendiary fires. What's the object in his using it?
Listen to the rest of this, you'll find out. At the moment this paper ignites, 100 such pieces of paper will ignite in the basement of this building. A few minutes after that, the building will be a roaring inferno.
Lamont, could such a thing happen?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Margot. Oh. A murderer is taking back his slip of paper.
Yes, and look. Look, it has burst into flames.
Yes. So now our situation is this. Downstairs at this very moment, the building has caught fire. Soon the smoke and flames will be swirling up the elevator shaft. And we're being held in Raymond Packer's office by a person who is not only our captor, but the perpetrator of the chess club murders. Isn't that right, murderer? Oh, won't you at least speak to us? Oh, I see. 1 tap is no, 2 taps yes. Is that right? Well, tell me, murderer, you are the man who bet you could get away with murder, aren't you? You wagered with Robert Dowd that no one could catch you if you decided to kill, right? You followed the pattern of Judge Walker's book, which, ironically enough, made him the first victim, and then you killed the others in the same pattern.
Who is he, Lamont? Do you know?
Yes, I believe I do. I believe that the murderer is Dr. Latham.
Excellent deduction, Mr. Cranston. Excellent. But you made your discovery too late.
Lamont, do you smell the smoke?
Yes. Fire's coming up the shaft.
The flames will soon reach this room. Your time is growing very short.
I see, Dr. Latham, that you have even chosen to reenact the final chapter. The killer's taking his own life in a burning building.
That's right.
Lamont, the smoke is choking me.
What are you writing on that typewriter, Cranston?
Just my ABCs, Doctor. Nervous habit of mine whenever I'm in a tight spot.
Well, stop it.
Oh, now, Doctor, you wouldn't begrudge a man who's about to die a little pleasure, would you?
Stop it, I say.
Oh, very well.
That's better. Now, how did you discover my identity, Cranston?
Well, old Andy gave me the first clue. He told me of overhearing a discussion of the book Murder on a Bet between you and Judge Walker.
I see. That was very careless of me. And old Andy has paid for his revelation.
What do you mean?
It was necessary for me to kill him, too.
Oh, you're mad, Doctor, mad.
I was just following the plan of the book.
And that's why you took Robert Dowd's life, too, eh?
Yes, Dowd was a very timid man. I was afraid he might welch on our wager.
Oh, Lamont, the smoke.
You haven't much longer to suffer, young lady. Soon we shall all be wrapped in flames.
You might be mistaken about that, Dr. Latham.
How?
You recall telling me here earlier this evening that a killer usually makes one mistake?
Yes, but I haven't.
You're wrong, Dr. Latham.
What do you mean?
You have made a mistake. A very simple mistake. As simple as ABC.
What are you talking about?
I'm referring to the ABCs that I wrote on this machine that you thought was a typewriter. But in reality, it's Raymond Packer's news machine.
No.
Yes. And your guilt has been read by thousands of people on that sign on the Star Building.
What? You...
And now I'll take that gun, Doctor. There we are.
You think you've tricked me, don't you? You think you've gained the upper hand?
I do. Listen. You hear those sirens? Help will soon be here, Dr. Latham.
They won't get me. They won't get me, do you hear?
No, what's he doing?
Come back, Dr. Latham. Come back.
He's going out the window, Lamont. Oh, no.
Margot, if we're going to get out of this trap, we'd better try to meet our rescuers halfway.
Lamont, to think that all those things could happen at a chess club.
I always told you, didn't I, that it was a very exciting game?
Exciting? It's a killer.
We'll hear from the Shadow again in just a moment. But first, we present John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. These are certainly busy days for your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Yes, around this time of year, he's really got his hands full. But no matter how much he has to do, your blue coal dealer is never too busy to give his personal attention to your individual heating problem. You see, your friendly blue coal dealer is different from an ordinary coal man. In most communities, he's an institution. His office is a regular clearinghouse for free information on low-cost home heating. You'll find him pleasant to deal with, too. And besides, he's dependable. Even in the worst weather, your blue coal dealer never falls down on the job. He gives you careful, courteous, and prompt delivery. His motto is service with a smile. In addition, he will gladly be of assistance by helping solve any heating problem for you. His John Barclay trained serviceman will inspect your furnace and recommend the proper size coal for best results. This service is free and available to all blue coal customers. It will pay you to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer in the morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And now, fresh from the records of Kings County Court, we bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. Brooklyn, New York, February 1st. George Zeit shoots and kills Irving alias Matty Moskowitz in barbershop. Crime, murder in the first degree.
Brooklyn, New York, February 19th. George Zeit sentenced by County Judge Samuel S. Leibowitz to death in the electric chair at State's Prison during the week of March 31st. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cornelia. I'm glad you called, but I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. Tonight I'm tied up with a character who tried to pull off a legal swindle. He found a loophole in the law, but we found a bullet hole in him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Stooges' errand. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure. An adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil.
And now, the case of the Stooges' errand.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and tall, slender Rog Saunders has just come out of his apartment building, accompanied by his squat, cigar-chewing companion, chauffeur, bodyguard, and canasta partner, Jocko Quinn. As they approach Saunders' new foreign-made racing job, they see a man walking around the car, steady and appreciative.
Hey, boss, Macy.
So I see, Jocko. So I see. Well, Macy, like it?
Oh, hello, boys. Yeah, Saunders. Beautiful automobile. Wish I could afford one like it, especially if I already had two other cars.
What's on your mind, Macy? What are you doing here?
You know the answer to both those questions, Saunders.
It couldn't be money by any chance.
On the nose. A genius. Not that I like to be mercenary, you understand, but if my money is going to be buying in fancy automobiles, it ought to be buying them for me.
You know I don't like to be dunned.
Dunned, he says. Look, pal, you borrowed the insignificant sum of only 20,000 berries from yours truly, a mere nothing. And it was only 8 months ago, practically yesterday, and you were going to pay me back in 3 weeks. You're only 7 months late. Done.
You'll get your money.
I've heard that song before. I used to believe it. But you've been living high. When I hear you bought yourself another jalopy, imported yet, I figure this rate's a look-see and conversation about my Mazuma.
Shall I hand him the old scramble,
Let
boss?
go of
No,
me.
Jocko, no. He's entitled to his money. He wants to be small about it.
Small, he says. 8 months.
You're worried because I'm a little fast with the buck. You think I'm tossing the roll.
Look, I didn't ask you any questions when you needed the dough. I figured you were a pal. You said you were going to make some investments, okay. But now, what do you expect me to think?
I have made investments, Macy. I have. Very good investments. All I'm blowing is the velvet. Now, tell me something. You know fighters. What do you think of Pepper Dugan?
Good punch. I don't know how he is on distance. He seemed to tire the last time out.
Tire? Coaster, that's all. Had the decision wrapped up with the eighth, so he took 9 and 10 easy.
You know all about it.
I ought to. I own the controlling interest in Dugan.
Oh?
That's where your 20 is, Macy. That's what Dugan cost me 8 months ago, 20 grand. And since then, he's won 3 fights. Big ones. He's worth double the 20 now, at least.
Yeah, could be. So you've seen a profit. Now let me see my 20.
I'll do better, Macy. I'll give you your choice. Cash or what you lent me, plus a 5 for Dugan.
How's that?
I'm offering you Dugan's contract for the 20 I owe you, plus 5 grand more. That's all I'm asking. A profit of 5 G's. You said yourself Dugan is worth plenty, over 25 now.
Yeah, but then why should
you... did me a favor. I'm doing you one. That's all.
I don't know.
Well, it's up to you. Take it or leave it. You want cash, I'll pay you cash. You want Dugan? Just give me back my notes and a check for the balance.
I'll think it over.
You do that, Macy. You just do that.
That's it, Dugan. Now throw your right. No, doggone it, the right. Harry, you throw a right. This time, Dugan, when he does, counter with your right. Now, Harry. No, Dugan. All right, boys, hold it. Will you hold it? Come here, Dugan.
Sorry, Mr. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Harry comes through with his right and you just stand there.
It's his hand. It's hurting again.
What hand?
My right hand. Didn't Mr. Saunders tell you?
Tell me what?
Why, I busted my hand in the 8th of the Gasha fight.
So that's why you slowed down.
Sure. It's a bad break. Doc doesn't know if it'll ever heal right.
And Saunders was doing me a favor unloading you. Oh, that's just great, that is.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Macy. You think Mr. Saunders gypped you intentionally?
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I always trusted him. He talks so honest.
Sure, he's got a great line.
I don't believe he's a crook. He was always good to me.
He gave you the heave-ho as soon as you slipped the card, didn't
he told me he was getting out of the fight game.
Because you busted your mitt.
Could be, but I hope you're wrong, Mr. Macy. I sure hope you're wrong.
Look, kid, I hate to destroy your faith in mankind.
It's not my faith I'm worried about, Mr. Macy. It's my 15 grand.
Your what?
Mr. Saunders held back part of my cut of the gates in the last couple of fights. Said he was going to invest it for me.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Macy.
Yeah, Dugan?
That lawyer you're going to see, do you figure he could take on an extra client?
Hello?
Hello, does Michael Waring live here?
I do.
Oh, you're, My name's Ralph Macy. I need a detective. My lawyer suggested you.
Well, what's your lawyer's name?
George Hollis. Why?
Well, if it's a good case, he rates a box of cigars come Christmas.
I just want you to find a man for me.
Well, what did he take, your money or your woman?
How do you know it's either?
Usually is, especially with a lawyer involved.
He gypped me out of $25,000, and another fellow out of 15.
Oh, gypped and skipped, huh?
That's right. And my lawyer tried to reach Saunders. That's the fellow, Rod Saunders. Tried to reach him at his hotel, but he's gone. No forwarding address, just a back bill for over 2 months.
He doesn't miss a trick.
You find him for me?
At $50 a day in expenses, I'll try.
They say the Falcon never fails.
Who says?
Well, do you?
Well, let's just say I never admit failure. All right, Macy, what can you tell me about Saunders?
Yes?
Are you Ivy Gray?
That's right.
Well, they told me Saunders has expensive taste. I see what they mean.
What are you talking about?
You and Roger Saunders. I understand you were good friends.
Were. We still are.
Oh. Well, then maybe you can tell me where to find him.
Maybe I can. What do you want to see him about?
About 10 minutes.
What is it, Ivy? Someone for me?
Yes. He didn't give his name.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're Saunders.
Well, why not? Isn't that who you wanted?
Well, it's too simple. I've just started looking.
Looking? For what?
For you. In the first place, I tried.
Who are you? Why are you looking for me?
My name's Mike Waring. Ralph Macy hired me to locate you.
Hired you? You a detective?
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Waring. You're not the Falcon.
Well, my mistake. I thought I was.
Macy could have saved himself the trouble and expense of hiring you, Waring. Why didn't he call Ivy himself?
Probably didn't think she'd talk. He thought you were hiding.
Why should I hide?
Well, you did check out of your hotel suddenly.
To prevent their throwing me out. I was what is known as in arrears. But I'm not hiding.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I've moved to the Grafton Apartments. Macy can find me there if he likes, but just what does he want?
His money back. He says you gypped him.
What? I did him a favor.
Well, he doesn't see it that way.
Well, if he wants money, he'll have to get in line.
Yeah, so I gather.
And you might tell him the line's not going anywhere.
What's that?
Can't collect what I don't have.
Well, you have 3 cars, a summer estate in Maine, 50 suits of clothes.
Who's been taking inventory?
Macy's lawyer.
Oh. Well, tell him to look a little closer, and he'll find none of it belongs to me. It's all in Jocko's name.
Now, who's Jocko?
Jocko Quinn, friend of mine. And Jocko owes nobody. So you see, Waring, I'm not in hiding. Nobody can touch me legally because I have nothing to touch.
Yes, I see, Saunders. But when your creditors hear about it, I have an idea they're liable to touch you, and in a way you won't like.
Come in. That's you, Dugan?
Yeah, Mr. Macy, I just come from the doctor.
I hope he had good news for you. You'll need it.
Huh?
I got a report from Waring. He located Saunders.
Oh, good.
Good, he says. Saunders has pulled a legal cutie. Handed all his marbles to Jocko.
I don't get you.
You don't get anything, pal. Neither do I. It's hocus pocus without greenbacks. There's nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. Take it slow, will you?
Look, it goes like this. Saunders has turned all his cash into merchandise. Clothes, cars, houses, whatnot. And he mortgages the whole package to Jocko.
I still don't get it.
The stuff is in Jocko's name. Legally, we can't touch it. But Jocko is just Saunders' stooge. So Saunders has full use of the whole works, and we're out in the cold.
Can he do a thing like that?
He's done it.
That's just great. That's all I need. You know what the doc said?
Your hand still isn't right.
I can't fight for at least a year.
Oh,
That's
no.
what he said. That means no dough coming in. Now I gotta collect from Saunders. That's all I gotta.
So do I, but the question is
If
how.
that lawyer of yours is no help, I'll just have to help myself. If I could only get Saunders sometime when Jocko isn't around. After all, I still got one good hand.
Yeah, Dugan. You've also got a very good point there. I hope something comes of it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality to stand between them and collecting the money Rod Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No,
Was he expecting anyone?
only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the question?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Macy again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Oh, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
You dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claimed Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you gonna give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you 15 grand. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? Oh, a wise guy, huh? Maybe you want something too.
No.
Oh.
You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head. Huh?
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet.
Hello?
Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead, hmm?
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference. To the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just 2 more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's 2 questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Ah, good. I heard that you were eating this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
Well, then we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, we're just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
No. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
No, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Ware. Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles, I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko, is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Hello, Sergeant.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with a sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
He said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders, Waring. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
And how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it, that's all. It's a joke, Sergeant.
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you, I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave, to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay. Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, jolly boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Plan? This is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me.
Even if we did, I was trying to get
Shut up, Paulie. Shut up.
Corbett, must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told the Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose. Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Oh, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
This story is top secret. Top Secret, starring beautiful Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed stories of international intrigue and espionage, brought to you each week at this time by NBC. Tonight, as Assignment 9, Disaster in London.
This assignment began where actually it should have ended, started where it should have finished. The end and the beginning took place in a deserted subway station in the city of London at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 15th of June. At this hour, there were no passengers. The station was empty. Everything was silent, motionless, like the body of Nicholas Kessler lying across the express tracks. In our swift, silent struggle, he had fallen off the platform, struck his head on the rail. The parcel, for which so many people had fought and killed and spied, was in my hands at last. London was saved. My mission was ended. For in a moment, Nicholas Kessler would die beneath the wheels of the Charing Cross Express. I could hear the far-off rumble of the train coming closer, closer. I stood there on the empty platform in the dim light without pity, without feeling. This man deserved no sympathy, no mercy. Had he lived, he would have lost the war for England. The train raced toward his puny, sprawling, unconscious body. Steel wheels on steel tracks, a symphony of clashing sounds. Steel wheels turning, cutting, turning. I did not look at what was left on the tracks. Nikolaus Kessler was dead. My mission was over. Lord Holland, this is Karen Geyser. I'm calling from my apartment. I just got in.
Oh, did you get it?
Yes.
Where?
From Nikolaus Kessler in the Mornington Crescent subway station.
And where's Kessler now?
He's dead.
How?
He was run over by the Charing Cross Express.
But you got the parcel.
Yes.
Can you bring it to me now?
No.
Why?
Nikolaus Kessler was watched, and I am being watched. Until it is in your hands, it would be suicide for me to move out of this apartment.
Supposing I send for it in the morning.
Yes, that would be safer.
All right, a young man named Alan Cornelius will call for it.
Alan Cornelius.
That's right. He's new in intelligence, but absolutely trustworthy. He'll use your own personal registration number as identification.
11864.
Right. He'll be along at 9 this morning.
Good.
How do you feel?
I think I will never feel anything again, never. Good night, Lord Holland. The parcel drew me like a magnet. I had to see with my own eyes this horrible, sickening thing for which so many people had died. I held it in my hands. It was the size of a cigar box. I could almost feel the evil in it seeping through the brown paper wrapping. Half hypnotized at the thought of what lay beneath, I untied the string and removed the paper. Underneath the paper, a gray cardboard box. Inside the box, a case of leather, closed with a zipper. Inside the leather case, a flat box of steel, very much like a square silver cigarette box. At the touch of my trembling, nervous fingers, the steel box clicked open. The vials lay in white cotton batten, 4 of them. Tiny glass tubes filled with a yellowish liquid. Each vial was the size of my first finger, filled with a mass of detestable, loathsome yellow death, germ warfare, death by disease. Thank God I had caught Nikolaus Kessler. Thank God I had stopped him. The contents of these vials, emptied into the water supply of the city of London, would have killed 9 million people.
Good morning.
Yes, what is it?
I'm Alan Cornelius. Are you the Baroness Karen Geyser?
Come in.
Why, I hope I didn't wake you up.
Identify yourself.
A number?
Which is?
Yours, 11864. Lord Holland sent me to pick up a parcel.
Did anyone notice you as you came in?
I don't think so.
How did you come?
I have my own car.
If you knew what was in this parcel, you'd understand my concern. Here, take it.
Thanks. That all?
Take it straight to Lord Holland's office in headquarters.
Right. I've heard a lot about you, Baroness. Lord Holland says you're the cleverest operator MI2 has ever had.
At the moment, I'm terribly tired. I haven't had a good night's sleep in almost 2 weeks.
Will you be spending some time in London?
Yes, I expect so.
Well, perhaps we might have dinner some evening.
Perhaps. And now, if you'll excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly, son. And congratulations about this.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Baroness.
Goodbye, Mr. Cornelius, and please be very careful.
I will. Goodbye. I'll be careful, Baroness. Very, very careful.
Who is it?
Cornelius.
Come in.
Thanks.
Give it to me quickly. Is it all right?
I opened it in my car. They're there, all four of them.
Was it easy?
Holland ordered me to pick it up from the girl.
She the one who disposed of Kessler?
Yes.
Well, the weak die, the strong live. It's as simple as that.
But you're making plans for our safety.
Oh, naturally.
I want them to include my mother.
Why should they?
Because I say so.
That's not a very good reason.
She's still young, still attractive, and even though she's a bit cracked on England, I don't want her to die.
All right. You've 6 weeks to send her somewhere.
What's the next move?
The plan for introducing the cultures to the London water system.
When will you be ready?
The virus cultures must be concentrated. They take about 4 weeks to grow. We'll be ready by the middle of July.
My immediate concern is explaining the loss of the virus to Lord Holland.
You're driving a car?
Yes.
Have an accident. A fake accident. Lamppost. Anything. Pretend to be injured. Call me in as your doctor.
I know you'll be suitably concerned over my condition.
I'll watch you like a hawk.
It's not a bad idea. Crowd gathers, I'm unconscious. When I come to, the parcel is gone.
Why not? Every foreign agent in Europe has been after it at some time or another.
All right. You'll have a patient in a few minutes. As the Americans would say, an accident looking for a place to happen.
Lord Holland, do you realize what I went through to get the parcel to England?
Baroness, believe me, I'm quite as upset as you are.
Upset? This idiot of a man can't even drive an automobile.
On the contrary, my dear, he's a very good driver. A child ran across the street in front of him. He tried to avoid it and struck a fire hydrant. When he regained consciousness, the parcel was gone.
Gone where? How? Have there been checks made?
Of course, but the accident happened near Piccadilly Circus. You know how quickly a crowd gathers. We have absolutely no idea who might have taken it. The trail is completely cold.
It is rank incompetence.
Every precaution is being taken. I've tripled the guard on every London reservoir. Actually, I think the danger is comparatively slight.
Slight?
Yes, you see, whatever this is would have to be introduced to the drinking water after purification.
What? I don't understand.
Well, if it is introduced before purification, it would be detected and eliminated. This means they have to get the germs into the water at a pumping station. And that is practically impossible.
Nothing is impossible to a clever Nazi. We have always underestimated them.
I'm having security spot checks made at unexpected intervals at every pumping station and every reservoir.
Lord Holland.
Yes?
Is Alan Cornelius completely trustworthy?
Oh, my dear Baroness, please.
Is he?
Yes, completely. His father served under me in the First War. He died defending his country. His mother is a wonderful woman. I've known her for many years. I know that her son is above reproach.
Was he badly injured?
Well, he tore a ligament in his back, hit his nose on the steering wheel.
Could I go to see him?
Why?
I would like to talk to him.
Baroness, I will not allow you to cross-examine one of my most trusted men.
I have no intention of cross-examining him. He has been hurt, and I would like to visit him.
Very well. His address is 12 Hillview Manor, Chelsea.
Jolly decent of you to come to see me.
Oh, but I wanted to.
Dr. Mercer says I'll be right as rain in a couple of weeks. I've torn a ligament or something.
When can you get up?
2 weeks, flat on my back is the verdict.
Tell me, haven't you any idea who might have taken it?
Not a clue. I hit the bridge of my nose and the steering wheel knocked me cold. You can feel the bump under the bandage.
I don't have to feel it. I believe you.
It hadn't occurred to me that you wouldn't.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Alan, dear, if you don't mind, the Baroness and I will have our tea in the sitting room.
You mean I'm being abandoned?
Oh, but this room is so tiny, darling. And besides, Dr. Mercer will be here in a moment.
I'm only joking.
Oh, will you come and have tea, my dear?
Certainly.
If the conversation drops below a loud roar, I'll know you're talking about me.
We'll leave the door open so you can eavesdrop. Sit here, Baroness.
Thank you.
Date muffins and my own apricot jam.
Oh.
Milk and sugar?
No, just clear, please.
It's awfully sweet of you to come and visit Alan. It's so tiresome for him not being able to walk.
Thank you. Mrs. Cornelius.
Yes?
Who is that in the picture?
Oh, that's my husband.
The 5th London Regiment.
Yes. He was killed at Passchendaele in 1917. Lord Harland was his commanding officer.
I see.
It's difficult sometimes being a widow. But of course, Lord Harland has been wonderful to us. So interested in Alan. Such a good friend to me.
After meeting you, I understand why he hasn't married.
Oh, my dear, you mustn't say such things, really. It's terribly sweet of you, but I can assure you it isn't so. Lord Harland has been... Oh, there's the doctor. Come in, Dr. Mercer.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Cornelius. How's our patient today?
Oh, very bored, I'm afraid. Baroness, may I present Dr. Graham Mercer? Doctor, this is the Baroness Karen Gazer.
Baroness?
How do you do?
Why don't you go in and see Alan and then come back and have some tea with us?
I'd be delighted to.
You can find him all right, can't you?
I imagine so.
And if you want to keep him in bed for 2 weeks, you'll have to be very firm with him.
I will. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Doctor.
Well?
They've tripled the guard on every London reservoir and on the pumping stations.
I'm not interested in the pumping stations.
I thought the bacteria had to be introduced after purification.
This is not a bacteria. It's a virus, like polio. It can't be filtered out, and it's undetectable in the bacterial count.
Is it fast?
A mouthful of the polluted water is enough. The culture is growing nicely. I have it in a moist heat oven. It will be ready within 4 weeks.
I've decided how we can get it into the reservoirs.
How?
Lord Harland is having spot security checks made at all of them.
So?
You'll pose as an intelligence agent. I'll get you credentials from headquarters. You'll inspect the reservoirs, one of our men.
Is that safe?
It will be, with the proper papers.
When can you get them?
What's the minimum I can stay in bed and still have people believe I hurt my back?
8 days. You can limp for a couple more.
All right. You'd better go now. And don't have tea with the Baroness. Find some excuse.
What's she doing here?
Just visiting.
I'll come again tomorrow.
Let's do that.
Goodbye, Alan. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Mercer.
Well, Doctor, how is our patient? Will he live?
I rather think so.
Will you have some tea with us?
No, if you'll excuse me, I won't. It's later than I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very nice to meet you, Baroness. I hope I see you again.
Thank you, Dr. Mercer.
Oh, surely you have time for just one cup.
I'd love to, but I can't. Please, don't get up, Mrs. Cornelius. I'll find my way out. And I'll take a rain check on that tea until tomorrow.
All right, don't forget. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He's an extremely nice man.
Yes.
Of course, he isn't our regular family doctor.
Oh, really?
No, Alan met him at his club. More tea?
No, thanks. But what sort of a doctor is he?
Well, I believe he's a bacteriologist of some kind. He's been terribly concerned about Alan's back and very nice. But I don't see the connection between a strained back and bacteriology, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, however, since it's Alan's back, I suppose he can have any doctor he wants. How would you like to take him his tea? I know he'd appreciate it.
She poured the tea with an almost affectionate gesture and handed me the cup. I carried it to Alan's bedroom and handed it to him. As I turned to go out, I deliberately let a small white card fall to the floor. It was the address of a hat shop in Regent Street. Then I went back to the sitting room and chatted with this charming gentlewoman with a young face and a touch of gray in her hair. At last I got up to go.
I can't tell you how we appreciate your coming, Karen. I hope you'll come again.
I will indeed.
I hope that...
Yes?
Well, I hope you'll come again soon. If Alan has to stay up off his feet for 2 weeks, he'll be absolutely savage. So do come again. Perhaps if you're not... Oh, dear, the phone. Will you excuse me?
Yes, and I'll go and say goodbye to Alan.
Yes, do. Hello? Oh, Carolyn, how nice to hear from you. I've been meaning to call you since Monday, but Helen is having...
May I say goodbye?
Yes, come in.
Seriously, that's very...
I hope you'll be better soon.
It's awfully decent of you to take it like this. I know what you went through to get it.
Oh, that's all right. You couldn't help it.
It was just rotten luck. This kid ran right in front of me, and I just
Oh, please don't explain. I quite understand. I did understand, clearly. No one had been in his room since I had dropped the card on the floor. The card was gone. Who had picked it up? A man who couldn't walk. A man who thought it might have been important. I knew then that Alan Cornelius was a traitor. Will you shut that thing off, please?
Sorry.
They're waiting for us.
No, I forgot that it was those people. Now, what can I do for you?
I want you to make an installation in a house at 12 Hillview Manor, Chelsea.
When?
A week from Tuesday, the three of us are going to the theater. You'll have from 8 until midnight.
What type of installation?
I want a microphone in the second bedroom. The man sleeps in there. It's at the end of the hall. I want another one behind the large painting in the living room. It's above the fireplace.
Is this an espionage case?
Yes, we think so. If necessary, I can get Lord Harland's approval, but I'd rather not.
Your orders are sufficient, Baroness.
Does someone monitor this equipment all the time?
In shifts. 24 hours a day. If anybody's speaking in the bedroom or the living room, we'll hear it here and record it on tape.
Call me the moment you get anything. I'm particularly interested in a man named Mercer, Dr. Mercer.
Mercer and Cornelius. Right.
It was the 9th day after the accident that we went to the theater. The microphone installation was made that night. Alan limped convincingly. Watching his mother help him down the aisle, I felt a sudden clutch at my heart. I dreaded the day when she would learn for herself that tradition is sometimes hard to live up to, that it exists mostly in the past, and that a hero can sometimes have a traitor for a son. It was 10 days later that I got the proof I needed. I took it immediately to Lord Harland's office in headquarters.
Baroness, I dislike the idea of eavesdropping on an employee. I wish you'd consulted me about this.
We have a tape here on which is recorded a conversation between Alan Cornelius and a Dr. Mercer at 2 this morning. I'm asking you to listen. I'm afraid the facts are inescapable.
Very well, then. Have him play it.
Will you set up the equipment, please?
Certainly, Baroness.
You seem very positive, Baroness.
I am. I knew his back wasn't injured. I dropped the card in his bedroom. No one else could have picked it up. It was gone when I went back.
Whenever you're ready, Lord Harland.
Go ahead, turn it on.
The part with the doctor will be enough.
Yes, Baroness.
I'll send my mother to the room.
Here it is. I marked it.
You can easily impersonate Lord Harland. You're the same size, same coloring.
It's Alan's voice.
Is this all I need?
Yeah, this is Harland's identification card from MI2. This is his special security pass. I stole them from his secretary's office yesterday.
Why, I can't believe it.
Don't you recognize his voice?
Yes, but
There is more.
Supposing someone at the reservoirs knows Harland.
Dr. Mercer, the head of MI2 isn't in the habit of trotting around to London reservoirs.
Are you sure?
Positive. He always sends an operator.
Why,
Once you're inside, you'll have dozens of chances to drop the virus into the water.
he's insane.
By the time it goes into the water, how long until full pollution?
In 12 hours, the drinking water of the city of London will be as deadly as prussic acid.
This just isn't happening.
Have you heard enough?
Everything's set for us to get out.
A helicopter picks us up at Swalden Golf Course, midnight Friday.
And then I'll send my mother away on Thursday.
God help her.
Is that everything?
I think so.
Did you burn the reservoir blueprints?
Last night.
Turn it off.
Poor old England. Doctor, I wonder if they'll ever
Turn it
figure out what it means to live in the future instead of the past.
I'm German, Tracy.
Well, Lord Harland.
We'll arrest him immediately. Emergency security, please. Hello, Colonel Ross. We're arresting Alan Cornelius on charges of treason immediately. Yes, I have complete proof. Have 2 squad cars and 10 policemen waiting in front of the building in 5 minutes. What? Yes, that's all. Isn't it enough? This will kill his mother. It'll kill her.
Yes, I know. And she's such a fine woman.
I wish there was some way that I wish I didn't have to tell her.
Would you like me to?
Would you?
Of course. You and your man can wait outside. I'll break it to her as gently as I know how.
Thank you, Baroness. Thank you very much.
Lord Holland.
Yes?
You were in love with her once, weren't you?
Baroness, I'm in love with her now. Shall we go?
When I suspected the back injury was a fake, I had the microphones installed in this house.
In this house?
Yes, behind that picture, and in Alan's bedroom. It was the night we went to the theater.
Go on.
We recorded the conversation Alan had with Dr. Mercer. Lord Harland has heard it. He wanted me to tell you. He felt he couldn't face you himself.
I can't believe it. I won't believe it. Alan couldn't. He couldn't be his father's son, and...
I know how you feel, but the voices are unmistakable.
But he couldn't. Oh, dear God, he couldn't.
You'd better wake him up now.
He's resting. Isn't that funny? He thought he'd have a rest before dinner. I've got to wake him up and tell him his country knows he's a traitor.
I am terribly sorry for you.
Are they outside now?
Yes. You'd better wake him up.
Will you come with me?
Certainly.
Alan. 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 Alan.
What? What?
They know.
What?
They've come to arrest you.
What are you talking about? What's she doing here? What is this?
Dr. Mercer, the reservoirs. You are caught.
So what is this? What's the idea of bursting in here like this?
Please, Alan, don't talk. Just get up and go. They know everything. There's been a microphone behind your bed for days. They've made records of your conversation with Mercer. Please don't lie, and please don't make a scene, and don't act. I couldn't stand it. There's no dignity left for you but silence.
I see.
Sometime, Alan, if you get the time, tell me why.
Anybody mind if I put on a tie? All right, Baroness, keep still.
You fool, put that gun down.
I said don't move. You want to know why, Mother? Well, I'll tell you. Because I'm sick of being a hero, son. Because I'm sick of you yapping about Father and his bravery and his dying like a soldier. I'm so sick of it I could vomit. You've shoved my father down my throat ever since I was a kid. Well, I hate my father. I hate everything about him. I've hated him ever since I can remember. And
Stop it!
All right. But now get out of the way. If I've got to die for England, they'll have to catch me
They're
first.
outside, Alan. Outside now.
You haven't a chance. The house is surrounded.
They'll have to kill me first. Get away from that door, Mother.
Give me the gun, Alan.
I'm telling you, Mother. Get out of my way. I'm not going to be honorable and give myself up. Now get out of my way.
Give me the gun.
Will you get out of the way? I tell you I won't go. I won't let them...
Give me the gun, Alan. Thank you. Now, put on your tie. And please stop crying. All right, Baroness. Tell them my son is ready now.
Did they sign confessions, Lord Harland?
Yes, both of them. Capturing the doctor was child's play, thanks to you.
How is Mrs. Cornelius?
As you'd expect.
The tragic thing is that this might have been avoided.
Why, what do you mean?
Alan's father wasn't a hero at all. I looked up his record.
I know.
You know?
Yes. He was shot in the back at Passchendaele for exposing his own men to enemy fire. And and for deserting his regiment in the battle line.
You knew this, and you have kept it from her all these years.
Yes, Baroness, I have.
Why?
Because I love her. And because I shot him.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Stories of intrigue and espionage brought to you each week at this time. Here is Miss Massey to tell you about next week's show.
Next week, the story of a castle in Scotland and the fluttering of a bird which spelled danger. The case of a wounded pigeon. A story until now, top secret.
Top Secret is written, directed, and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Featured with Miss Massey on tonight's transcribed program was Alan Stevenson as Alan, Dennis Hoy was the doctor, Ian Martin was Lord Harland, Brooke Byron was Mrs. Cornelius. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. This is Fred Collins speaking. Take It or Leave It provides gay entertainment for you next on NBC.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.